Board of Education to order. Mr. Burnside, can you please take the roll call?
Board Member Nubia Duval-Wilson.
Here.
Board Member Regina Ecker.
Here.
Board Member Bill Gifford. Board Member Alyssa Malaspina.
Here.
Board Member Kawi Telesford.
Here.
Board Member Arun Vadlamani.
Here.
Board Member Courtney Wingfield.
Here.
Board President Caitlin Whitletter.
Here.
Board Member Johanna Wright.
Present.
Thank you.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Tonight's meeting will be a celebratory one. We will have the honor of celebrating our district staff who have received their tenure designation at SOMSD, and we will also be honoring 4 board members this evening: former board member Susan Bergen and sitting board members Alyssa Malaspina, Courtney Wingfield, and Johanna Wright, who will be serving their final board meeting tonight. Dr. Gilbert could not be with us this evening. He has some previously scheduled vacation time, which was made prior to his appointment to acting superintendent. We hope he is enjoying some much-needed rest and relaxation. No fear, he has left the board and district in good hands this evening. He has created a superintendent update for all of us, and we have a robust agenda with 2 district presentations. The first will be a presentation on the dating violence work of the district this year in support of a policy change that occurred this past January, and there will also be a presentation on the Gifted and Talented program. With that, I'd like to make a motion to enter into executive session at 6:35 p.m. to discuss attorney-client matters, personnel, negotiations, HIVs, and litigation status report. The length of the executive session is estimated to be 60 minutes, after which the public meeting of the board shall reconvene and proceed with business where formal action will be taken. May I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Eckert. All in favor? The vote appears to be unanimous. We are now adjourning to closed session. Thank you. I'm so sorry that we're late, guys. That was beautiful. I hope we can have another song. Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, let's do first of all. We'll just do it once. Do it once. Ready? Thank you. All right, last one, Hark the Herald in the Sing. We'll do it twice. We'll do this one twice. What? Hark the Herald. Yeah, they're ready to, they need to do their meeting. So we'll do this one last one, and we'll be going. Ready? 1, 2. Thank you. All right, guys.
Happy holidays. Thank you so much. You guys rock. Thank you. All right, thank you again. That was beautiful. Thank you so much. Have a great holiday season. Enjoy your time off. Thank you very much. Bye. We are now back in regular session. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us tonight. And we'll say bye. I'd like to make a motion to approve the special meeting minutes for the November 20th, 2023 meeting, the special meeting minutes for the November 27th, 2023 meeting, and the executive session and regular meeting minutes for the November 30th, 2023 meeting. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Board Member Deval Wilson. All in favor?
Did we fix the
Yes,
problem?
the meeting minutes have been approved. Thank you.
Okay, yes, then I'm.
So now we will be moving on to the staff tenure celebration. I'll do my best. I previously shared that Dr. Gilbert is on vacation. It was scheduled vacation before he became the acting superintendent. So we're flying solo tonight, but we're in good hands, and I hope that we can give you the celebration that you deserve. On behalf of the Board of Education, I'd like to congratulate our staff members who have achieved tenure this year. Thank you for your commitment to the South Orange Maplewood School District. This was a well-deserved milestone which truly reflects your passion for shaping young minds, and we are grateful for the impact you have made on countless lives here in South Orange and Maplewood. We look forward to many more years of your inspiring leadership, and we wish you all the best in all of your future professional endeavors. Dr. Gilbert does have some congratulatory words, and he has a video that we will show during the superintendent update, so hopefully you can stay for that, and he wishes you all the best too. So with that, I will grab my list of names. Ms. Bonner is going to help me here. So the first person we would like to recognize is Dr. Jane Beanfolks. All right, sorry about that. Okay, great. The next person we have is Hannah Govern. Woo! Okay, and we have Felicia China Richardson. Happy holidays. Okay, now we have Christina Luzzy. Leping Meng.
You two, and one more. Thank you.
And Randall Post. I think that's it, but is there anyone here that we missed by any chance? Okay, all right. Thank you all for coming. Congratulations. Yes, and I'll give you the, yeah, I'll give you the folder. Okay, all right. All right, and thank you, Ms. Bodnar. Thank you, everyone. Okay. All right, I'm back. Okay. So now we are moving on to the special board member recognition and appreciation. Let's see, sorry. Okay, tonight we will recognize many special people in the room, and there will be some folks dialing in as well. Please join me in expressing my sincerest gratitude to former board member Susan Bergen, sitting board members Alyssa Malaspina, Courtney Wingfield, and Johanna Wright for their exemplary service to the South Orange Maplewood School District and to the community at large. A commitment that has required countless hours, thoughtful insights, and your steadfast commitment toward enhancing the educational experience of all students. We wish you all the best on your future endeavors, and we thank you again for all of your incredibly hard work and for your service to our students. Tonight, these folks will have the opportunity to address the board and public, and they each have selected an individual to speak on their behalf. We will go in alphabetical order in honoring our board colleagues, and we'll start with former board member Bergen. Susan is unfortunately under the weather tonight, so she'll be joining us virtually, but we do have, I believe, former board president Thayer Joshua here with us in person to kick off the ceremony with some words about former board member Bergen. So with that, I'd like to call former board president Joshua up to the microphone.
This work? All right. I'm going to stand over here so I'm not putting my back to anybody. Hi, Susan. Is Jeremiah going to interrupt us this time?
Oh, I hope not. He photobombed my swearing in, which was virtual. So we'll see.
All right. Hello, Susan. You joined the board in January 2021 while the world was still dealing with the COVID pandemic. In what was still an uncertain time, I was certain of your commitment to our district and caring for our students. Even before you were a board member, you had a history of advocating on behalf of our students. You were instrumental in refining policy 5331, which is the management of life-threatening allergies in school, as well as 8550, unpaid meal charges and outstanding food service charges. During public speaks, you provided necessary feedback on making sure district policies were written to treat students with dignity and respect, as well as being non-punitive. As a board member, you jumped into the policy world right away as chair of the committee in both 2021 and 2022. Now, I know I promised you I would be very brief, but I do want to highlight a few important policy revisions that were passed during your tenure. Policy 5513 the care of school property, ensured that student diplomas and transcripts would not be held back due to unpaid fines. At the time, you said, we shouldn't make students feel responsible for the faults of their guardians, and you were right. Policy 5111, the eligibility of resident and non-resident students. Remove the subjective nature in which residency checks were conducted and streamline aspects of the registration process. Policy 5120, the assignment of students, outlined how district assigns them and was drafted and implemented without loopholes. This was done to decrease any chances that any exceptions will be exploited by those in our community who are fine with integration in theory, but not in practice. Lastly, this was not a revision, but a new policy, Policy 5756, transgender and non-binary students, which has come under attack across this state. This policy protects and affirms the rights of transgender and non-binary students, and I expect future iterations of this board will recognize the importance of this policy and that any modifications done to it are done to strengthen and not weaken its effect. The last thing the board did before your departure was join the district on February 15th, 2023, to welcome Dr. Carol Willis and her family as we honored her aunt, Delia Bolden, at the official school renaming ceremony. In spite of the detractors, those within our community who said it was a foolish distraction, and those outside of it who threatened us with physical harm, you were steadfast about this initiative and made the motion to introduce the name-changing resolution. Shortly after that ceremony, you took your talents and passion for fairness and justice from the local level to the state level, and we continue to benefit from your intellect, diligence, and thoughtfulness. You have had some time now to call yourself a former board member. I still struggle to find someone who is a finer board member. Thank you for your service.
Thank you so much, former board president Joshua. I will now transition over to you, former board member Bergen. You have the mic.
Oh, thank you so much. I will keep it very short. Thank you, Thayer. That was very sweet. And a walk down memory lane. And thank you to my other board colleagues from 2021 and 2022. And a huge thanks to the staff at 525 Academy Street. It was truly an honor and a privilege to serve on the school board. I learned so much from my other board members and from Dr. Taylor about myself, about working as a team, governance, and our community. And I just want to thank the South Orange and Maplewood for the opportunity and wish the board and Dr. Gilbert success in 2024. And I hope that the new board and the board watchers will safeguard those policies that Thayer ran through tonight and make sure that we hold on to them and don't chip away at them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I made a mistake. So before we move on, I'm so sorry. I was supposed to read all of the teachers that got tenure, and I just read the names of the teachers that were here this evening. So I'm sorry if I am interrupting this ceremony, but I feel really bad if people are listening for their name. So I'll be very quickly. The other teachers who we want to honor this evening are Dania Abarami, congratulations, Johanna Barnhart, Jason Cadet, Sally Cashel, Jacqueline Costa, Adliana Quadrado, woo, Trudy Ann Davy-Jones, Anna Dakotas, Francesca Goglia, Ashley Gruda, Kelly Hill, Leroy Johnson, Lashia Johnson, Betsy Klein, Ebony Mincer, John Pasante, Lindsay Reed, Deborah Reese, Deborah Rusoko, Jessica Sampson, Adam Simmons, Deshonda Simpkins, Christian Souza, Courtney Storms, Arelis Tapia Vargas, and Amanda Ward. I'm so sorry about that, guys. Congratulations. And Thank you, Regina. Okay. So now we will honor first Vice President Alyssa Malaspina, and I will give the floor to Board Member Wright for some remarks about Alyssa.
Well, well, well. Good evening, everyone. It is certainly an honor to speak about Miss Malaspina. I think I can speak like no one else can about her. When we first met, we were not very good friends, I can say that. As a matter of fact, we had a conflict, and I want y'all to know I settled it. But honestly, in our lives, we are confronted with moments when our very identity is called into question. It is in these moments when we learn and we discover who we are and the expanse of our moral compass. Some of us fail in these moments, but some of us rise to the occasion and reveal the depths of our humanity and purpose. Alyssa Malaspina came to this board as an engaged parent, a proven educator, winning a BAMI award and being one of the top 100 ed tech influencers in America. A lot of people didn't know that. She's sort of low-key with those kinds of things. She was also an advocate and never wavered in her commitment to the children of the South Orange Maplewood School District. Her tenure on the board was marked by her integrity, decency, and courage in making the truth plain. Alyssa was subjected to ridicule and maltreatment because she stood without apology for equity and was unafraid to question this district's commitment to Black and disadvantaged children. Her family's involvement in litigation brought by the Black Parent Workshop was weaponized against her to silence her. Why? Because in this seemingly progressive and enlightened community, a white woman is not expected to be empathetic to the plight of children that do not look like her own. Alyssa stood tall, very tall, in the face of her short-sighted critics, including some of her board colleagues who were more concerned with scoring political points than standing on truth. How many times will we miss the gift of someone speaking truth, being ostracized, and only to be proven right when the rhetoric of misplaced anger is exposed? We need more truth tellers, people who aren't persuaded by groupthink and are willing to stand in truth. In this day and age when elected officials lie with impunity, Alyssa was a breath of fresh air. As a former coach, I can tell you that I will always pick Alyssa for my team. You know, we think we need more truth tellers, people who aren't persuaded by these things. And so, Alyssa, I would pick you on my team any day. Why? Because you are someone who brings passion into the conversation, who is unafraid to step up in big moments, and is more concerned about the team winning than individual accolades. And so, Alyssa Malaspina is a winner. She is a winner as a parent, as an educator, and as a board member. So tonight, I honor your service on the board, and I thank you for your commitment. She is my daughter, what some people call a special kind of daughter, as well as my colleague, and may God bless you and your family. Have a happy holiday. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Wright. Oh, there's a hug. Don't trip on the wires. Okay. Okay, and Board Member Malaspina?
I don't even know how to speak at this point. And you know, I'm never speechless, Johanna, so. I'm blown away. I really am. I want to take this moment to express my heartfelt gratitude to all of you who have been part of the journey over the past 3 years. First and foremost, I want to extend my deepest thanks to my husband, Joe, and my son, Matthew, for their unwavering love and support They are in the back. They deserve so many accolades for what they have done and had to deal with for the last 3 years. Your presence in my life has been my pillar of strength, and I could not undertake this role without you guys. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank Ms. Wright for her kind and very thoughtful words. Her dedication to our students in the district is truly remarkable. Her return to the board has been invaluable during these last few months, and her guidance and wisdom have been like that of a mother figure to many of us. Regina, Bill, Nubia, and Caitlin, your hard work, dedication, transparency, and friendship have been instrumental in shaping our discussions and decisions. We do not always see eye to eye, but your willingness to engage in tough conversations as a testament to our commitment to making our community better. Choosing to raise my family in Soma was a decision driven by the rich diversity of ethnicity, religion, sexuality, and thought that this community values. I take pride in the work that I've done to craft policies that promote diversity in our curriculum and our school library books, policies that are now being embraced by other districts in New Jersey and across the country. Ensuring that our students can see themselves reflected in our educational materials must remain a goal of this board and this district moving forward. I am proud of our efforts to pass the Right to Read resolution and the Teaching Truth in History resolution. In these challenging times, it's essential to remember that we must uphold the principles that differing viewpoints and perspectives deserve a place in our educational landscape. Censorship should not have a place in our community, and we must stand against it. These past 3 years have been filled with events and challenges, but they've taught me the importance of transparency. When we are honest and forthright with the public, even in difficult moments, trust can be maintained. I hope the next board continues to prioritize transparency. Furthermore, I urge the board to listen to the message rather than the messenger. It's all too common that it's all too common for personal animosities to interfere with what's best for our students. We must put aside such differences and focus on what's right for our community. While my time at the board may be ending, my commitment to advocating for students remains unwavering. I plan to utilize my knowledge and expertise to assist other parents and community groups in navigating our district. Stay tuned for more details on this initiative. To the new board members, I offer my best wishes and a word of advice. Thick skin is a necessity in this role. It's not always easy, and you will face tough decisions that won't please everybody. Remember that this is about what's best for the students, not a popularity contest. Let that guide your decisions, and you can't go wrong. Thank you all for being part of this incredible journey, and I look forward to continuing to work together to make our community even better in the future.
In recognition and appreciation of your services at North Bayport School District, we give you this beautiful plaque and some flowers.
Thank you.
Did you want to take photos now? Or,
Do we want to take photos now? Let's take photos now so the boys can leave.
okay. Do you?
Yeah, why not? I'm gonna force him to. He's not gonna like it, but.
All right. Then we'll go. Sorry.
They get me in my swearing in because it was virtual, so I didn't even.
I love that Christmas card. Oh my God. So who decided the kiss in the back?
I did that.
I was like, Lily was like this, look at the back. And I was like this.
No, but you look so good. It's the first time I pressed to our Christmas card, and when I saw what he did, I was like,
He wants everyone to know.
He's like lacquered out. Thank you very much. We will now move on to honoring Board Member Wingfield. I will pass the mic to former board member Bergen for her remarks about Courtney.
Thank you so much. Oh. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We just can't
Okay.
see you.
Oh,
Oh, there you are. We see you now.
Okay. Hello. Thank you. First, I just wanted to say that I'm here speaking in my personal capacity as a former board member, not in my professional capacity. Just wanted to get that out of the way. And I'm here to honor board member Courtney Wingfield. And Courtney, I just have to say I've struggled getting ready for tonight to find the words that do justice to honoring your service, because I have been in such awe of both your expertise and your courage in your service as a board member. I remember the first time we met, it was early summer 2020, a few months into the pandemic. We met at a park and you laid out the case for why I should join you on this journey. And I remember thinking, but she hasn't lived here long enough to even realize what she's getting into. And that's why I had to agree to be your running mate, to seal the deal before you could change your mind. And needless to say, the rest is history. It's been quite a ride. I know I speak for many board colleagues and community members when I say that I'm grateful for your generosity in applying your wealth of professional experience to this local board service. As a board member, you looked at everything through both an equity lens and the pragmatic lens of a seasoned administrator who knows how to navigate the constraints facing school districts. In the process, you taught me and other board members so much about education, equity, and board service. In special ed, you retooled the INRS policy to standardize practices across schools so that INRS supports students and families better and more consistently across the district. As a board member, you chaired the personnel committee and prepared the board for a well-oiled reorg meeting in May 2022. You were an invaluable member of the board's negotiations team and instrumental in the board reaching agreements with SOMEA and ASCA, understanding the needs of our educators while being mindful of the board's fiduciary responsibilities. For the safety of our students, you transformed the security director position into the director of school and community safety. This ensured the district would hire someone who understands that school safety is about more than hardened entryways while still securing our buildings. And your crowning achievement, you moved the needle on suspensions, shining a light on appalling disparities and leading to lasting change in how this district oversees and monitors suspensions in the face of intense opposition. And perhaps most especially, I'm grateful for your voice. I know board service can feel like the weight of the world is on your shoulders. While I'm happy for you to have that weight lifted, I'm sorry that we will lose your voice on the board. You've always said what needed to be said, and people sat up and listened. Now that we've had a board member like you with such moral courage, I hope your service will be a model to future board members to come. Courtney, I'm sorry I wasn't able to see this year through with you and that I can't be there tonight. Watching from the other side of the dais, I'm even more appreciative of your service. Thank you from the bottom of my heart, and I wish you all the best in 2024.
Thank you so much, former board member Bergen, and now board member Wingfield.
Thank you, Susan. I'm so grateful that I got to go on this journey with you. Listen, nobody can ever prepare you for what it's like to campaign for this role, let alone serve in this role. And having you, Susan, as my partner throughout the entire thing has absolutely been one of the biggest highlights of my entire time serving. So thank you. As my term on the Board of Education concludes tonight and this month, I hold immense gratitude and a sense of real humility that's been enriched by the challenges and the triumphs that we've all shared together. Reflecting on this journey and preparing for tonight, I was reminded of one of my favorite parables. It's called The Elephant and the Blind Men. And this is a parable about a group of blind men who have never come across an elephant before. And as they approach it, they learn and imagine what the elephant is like by touching different parts of it. Each blind man feels a different part of the animal's body, the tusk, the ears, the tail, and they describe the animal based on their limited experience and the descriptions from their different vantage points. Serving on the Board of Education is a little bit like blind men exploring an elephant for the first time. Everybody's touching a different part and forming our own interpretations based on our limited lived experiences. Yet the parable doesn't just speak about unity, it speaks about our shared struggle. And at times, it speaks about our collective failure. There were moments when we too became blind to the bigger picture, when our individual convictions overshadowed our ability to see the whole elephant. I humbly acknowledge that in our various iterations as a board over the last 3 years, we often faltered by clinging too firmly to what we were sure was right. It's a challenge that every board member faces, to balance our passion for and commitment to education with the necessity of suspending our own sense of certainty in favor of curiosity and collaboration. Like the blind men fixated on their own perception, we sometimes forget that the real progress lay in the braiding of our collective insights. In this moment of reflection, I must confess too that I fell into the trap of thinking that my expertise was the definitive view. As a career educator and administrator, it was easy to often assume that a quick study approach to the problems of this district and assume that my expertise would reveal a quick solution. It's a common pitfall, but today, with a lot of humility and a lot of reflection, I recognize that my understanding was yet just another slice, another viewpoint. This parable teaches us that no one single perspective, set of experiences, or beliefs encapsulates the entirety of the truth, nor does it allow for real sustainable progress. Our failures, however, are not a mark of defeat, but an opportunity for growth. They underscore the importance of constant self-reflection, the need to step back and acknowledge that the problems that we seek to understand are vast, and no single perspective, no single leader, no single faction can alone address these needs. As I bid farewell to this board and to this chapter of my life, I want to take a minute to thank my colleagues, those current and those who have served alongside me throughout 2021 and 2022. Thank you to the incredible district team, especially to Ann, Dr. Gilbert, and Dr. Taylor, those I got to work so closely with over the last few years. I am continuously inspired by your creativity, your passion, and your complete and total dedication to this community and its children. I am forever in awe and grateful for the wisdom and the labor of Rhea Beck and Rachel Fisher. Your brilliance is often referred to in these communities as a machine, but anyone who has had the privilege of your collaboration, your support, understands that you are simply two of the most thoughtful, passionate, and strategic community members. I learned more from the two of you than I could have in a lifetime of graduate courses. So much of your efforts are miscast and certainly misunderstood, but our communities are so lucky to have you both. I want to thank finally my children, Henry and Eleanor, who have both borne their share of backlash as a result of my not always popular board service, and they have certainly been asked to make the most sacrifices of anybody. Thank you to the South Orange and Maplewood communities for placing your trust in me, even when we didn't always agree on a path forward. As I leave, I'm choosing to center hope over cynicism. And it is with that spirit that I wish our new board in January a successful path forward. When they win, when they get this right, we will all win.
Thank you.
No, I'm
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Board Member Wingfield. And last but not least, we will now honor Board Member Wright. So I will offer the floor to Board Member Gifford for his remarks about Ms. Wright.
Ooh, you got like the,
I know, it's a little
do you
wig.
want to use mine? Or
Is it? No, I think it's good. Okay. Tonight I have the honor of saying a few words about the outgoing board member Johanna Wright, or as we townies know her, Mama Wright. But tonight I'll start off by referring to her as Miss Wright, as this is how she was known to me when I met her almost 20 years ago. It was 2005, and Somaya had just endorsed my running mate Chigozie Onyema and myself for the Board of Education. Miss Wright was on the committee that made the bold decision to endorse 2 recent CHS grads in their freshman year of college. At that time, Miss Wright was already known as the legendary coach of CHS's girls basketball team. Her reputation preceded her as she and 10 other educators pressed me on the issues of the day, and above all, how a college freshman could sufficiently serve and contribute on the Board of Education. Although victory eluded us in 2005, over the years, Miss Wright would become a mentor, and like so many of her children, soon she became Mama Wright to me. I have met few people in my life so dedicated to students, and not just hers. Even children that didn't have her as a coach or a teacher knew she was the one to go to when they had a problem. Mama didn't just take the necessary steps to help students, she went the extra mile. And that's why the board brought her back when a vacancy opened. So tonight, I just want to say thank you, Mama Wright. We appreciate all you have done and continue to do for this community and our children. For myself, what a special story I can tell for years to come. Almost 20 years ago, after running for the board as a boy, really, I had the honor and the privilege to serve with you as a man. As Mama always says, when people show you who they are, believe them. Well, Mama, we see who you are. Thank you for your service and taking on another year on the board.
Thank you, Board Member Gifford. Now, it's back to you, Board Member Wright. Last but not least.
And I will be like Elizabeth Taylor's weddings. I will be very brief. I just want to thank this board here for putting me back in this seat. I have enjoyed my entire career in the South Orange Maplewood School District, whether serving with Somaya. I love our teachers. I want us to continue to support them. Without them, we don't have a district. And we have to remember that. They are very, very important, and they serve a purpose. I do want to thank Bill for your kind words, Sugar. That was so sweet. You know, and listen, I am going to take you out to dinner for that. You know? But people sitting here in this horseshoe, and I have to tell you that I coined the term horseshoe. That was me. I was hoping it would bring some good luck when I retired after teaching in this district for close to 35 years. But it is not easy. It is not for the faint of heart to sit here in this horseshoe and try and maintain some type of deference for our students to make sure that things run. And having differences is really, really important. But what we need to learn how to do is agree to disagree and move on and listen to people who have the expertise in certain areas. And so parents have their expertise, you know, children, we do. I just want to thank everyone. And for our new board members, I want to welcome you on board and tell you, get ready. It's a lot of work, and read everything. That's my advice to you. Read everything and listen to yourself. No group think. Think about the children, and it's nice to see a former student coming back. Shana is a former student of mine, Kwawi, Bill, and Alyssa's husband. So it's wonderful to see you guys come back, and thank you all so much. I really appreciate this opportunity to serve. That's what my life has been about, service. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wright. Can we just have one more round of applause for our board members? Thank you so much for your service. Thank you so much. So we're now going to pass it on to our student representatives for board recognitions and for their student representative update.
Before you do that, thank you guys. How could I forget you? We've had some wonderful student representatives, at least I have. I didn't get to know you guys very well. You guys probably knew my daughter or something like that, but y'all the bomb diggity. Y'all giving, no cap.
Thank you.
Look. Riz.
All the words.
I don't know what they mean.
All right. Hi, everyone. I hope everyone's holiday season is going very well. Congratulations to all the staff who achieved tenure tonight and to all of the board members who were recognized tonight. The district would not be the community it is without you guys. I'd like to begin by congratulating 10 student authors at Maplewood Middle School who have been chosen by Young Writers USA to be published in an anthology of short stories expected to be published at the end of March. Last fall, students entered a Young Writers USA creative writing contest in which all entrants had to write a short story using the theme of SOS Hunted. Each student had to write a fictional story of 100 words or less about hunting or being hunted. The students whose stories were chosen for publication are Alex Egbert Crow, Evan Henry, Ian Henry, and Audrey Zimmerman, who are all in 8th grade. And Sylvia Castro Green, Thomas Conrad, Theodore Cummings, Taryn Glover, Tema Hoffman-Worley, and Stian Romano, who are all in 7th grade. Congratulations also to the MMS librarian media specialist Evan Degnan and ELA teachers Celia Graham and Monica Johnson for their efforts in helping their students enter the contest. Okay, this is my report now. Over the last month, Gwyneth and I have been very busy working to meet with people before the break. One of our main initiatives as of the moment is making sure students at Columbia High School have a meaningful relationship with their guidance counselors. Guidance counselors are without a doubt an invaluable resource for every student at the school, but they are not being used nearly enough as they should be. This is not the fault of the guidance counselors or the students, rather the visibility of the guidance department in the school district. Through conversation with the head of the guidance department at CHS, we believe a promising solution to this problem is improving the overall reputation of the guidance department at the high school, because as of the moment, students associate guidance counselors with not only academics, but also consequences due to their involvement in disciplinary measures. The department also stressed their goal to encourage middle schoolers to build relationships with their guidance counselors. I know personally when I was in middle school, I didn't speak to my guidance counselor once. The earlier we start exposing students in the district to the concept of guidance and the benefit it has, the more students will feel comfortable with using their guidance counselors to their advantage. As a result of both this middle school initiative and the Freshman Academy, freshmen have been going to see their guidance counselors this year much more than in previous years. The challenge is, with Freshman Academy, students build bonds with their freshman guidance counselors, but those guidance counselors remain freshman guidance counselors. This means that the sophomores are getting new guidance counselors, ending the relationships with the old one and leaving it up to them to make connections with their new guidance counselors, which sophomores who have fully assimilated into high school life are unlikely to do. There has been much discussion about the importance of students having a trusted adult in the building. Guidance seems to be overlooked as a solution. We know that we cannot accomplish this without your help, so we would love to meet with you all about this soon. We also talked with Mr. Sanchez about the current state of security at Columbia High School. I would like to preface this by saying that safety for students at Columbia High School has been exceptional this year, with a very significant decrease in the amount of fights and incidents. However, while Columbia students feel safe at the school, their attitudes towards security is not the best. It has been a trend over the past couple of years for Columbia to implement security measures at the beginning of the school year and not follow through with them as have been the case with the wearing of IDs this year. Students also don't know what purpose the IDs serve. Teachers know which students are in their classes, and the wearing of an ID could not effectively confirm if a student does actually attend the high school, as earlier in the school year it was proven that the number of kids that would not wear their IDs is far too overwhelming to check. It has not been made clear yet to the student body of what the purpose of wearing the IDs actually is, and we feel as though if this is established, it would lead to many more kids wearing the IDs at school. If the answer is that they do not serve a purpose, it seems like it would be more effective to come up with security measures that get the job done, rather than relying on the IDs, which appear to be a facade similar to the ID scanning implemented last year. We would also like to meet with you guys about this soon, as security is not something Gwyneth or I can fix on our own. We have plans to meet with the middle school student governments in January and are looking forward to hearing what perspectives their student governments have to bring to the table. That concludes my report, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you so much, Student Rep Glassman. Do we have any questions from board members? Board Member Malaspina?
I just want to commend you guys yet again for a very well done report, and your honesty and your transparency and your openness. Student voice is something that is so important, and I want you to continue to use that. Know that I hear you. I take what you're saying seriously. So sadly, I'm off the board, but I will continue to push for you guys your voices to be heard, and for the community to understand what you're saying. I greatly, greatly appreciate everything you are doing. Keep up the great work.
And then, I'm sure Dr. Gilbert will watch the meeting tonight, but do you have intention to sit down with Dr. Gilbert and go through this report as well?
I know. I guess can you hear me if I talk loud enough? Okay. Yeah, so we did have the chance to sit. And we just explained to him that the ID policy is not working out. Just about it. There is a new push in the new year to really, really try and implement that. And so I think that we will be staying super on top of that. Can you not hear me at all? Sorry. As I was saying, we are going to be staying super on top of that in the new year. Continuing to be super honest, because ultimately security is super, super important. It's important to us. It's been important in previous years to student representatives, and for a good reason. So yeah.
And we also plan to meet with him regularly about stuff like security, so we'll definitely be meeting with him again in the near future about it. Yeah.
Thank you both so much, and have a happy holiday. You don't feel like you have to stay the whole meeting, okay? Okay, great. So now we will be transitioning to the superintendent update. As I mentioned earlier this evening, Dr. Gilbert put a video together this evening to recognize our staff who received tenure, and also our fellow board colleagues who this will be their last meeting. So Mr. Bonds, when you're ready, if you could play that for us, that would be great.
Good evening, South Orange and Maplewood School District students, families, and staff members. I'm sorry that I cannot be with you for this meeting tonight, but I want to thank Board President Caitlin Whitletter and the members of the board for this opportunity to speak to you to acknowledge some of the good things that are happening among us in the district. First, I want to congratulate the students who are on the autism spectrum who held Friendsgiving celebrations at Clinton Elementary School and South Orange Middle School. These were opportunities for our students to learn and implement important life skills and appropriate social interactions through fun celebrations. My thanks to everyone in the Special Services Department, the administrative teams, and all of the teachers and staff members who made these Friendsgiving celebrations happen. I want to congratulate Claudio da Silva an AV technician in the technology department, on earning his TIA certification, an important certification that increases his skill set and provides him with the resources to troubleshoot networking issues and other high-level tech matters. He earned this certification while meeting the ever-increasing demands of serving on the help desk team, meeting the immediate needs of staff members throughout the district. Congratulations, Mr. Da Silva. I want to give a shout out to Miss Sandy Piscatelli, better known as Miss Sandy. She has been an integral part of the district's food service department since 2015. Miss Sandy does so much more than oversee the staff at the elementary school. She cares for the children at each of the district's 7 grade schools. She is constantly out in the field in touch with our greatest customers and food critics, the students. Miss Sandy does not hesitate to take on jobs outside of her role. She often fills in as a cashier, server, and even a driver. When she is not on the cafeteria floor, Miss Sandy runs birthday celebrations for staff members. Thank you, Miss Sandy, for always giving 110%. Let me acknowledge a whole group of people who have given 110%, and that is our physical plant team. The job of maintaining and improving our district's building is never done. There are always work orders to fulfill. There are always projects to be completed. What isn't expected is employees working while the district is closed to get these jobs done. But that is exactly what happened during the 2 breaks we had in November. Working together, our physical plant team installed new flooring in the central office building, painted the high school guidance offices, repaired floors at South Mountain Elementary School, completed work at Maplewood Middle School bathrooms, and prepared the Columbia High School's gymnasium for basketball season. To the physical plant team, we are all grateful for the work you do and the above and beyond dedication you give to our staff, our students, and their families. I also want to acknowledge the group of elementary school teachers who took part in a professional development session on social emotional learning. This PD was part of a 6-month experience that uses lesson study to integrate social emotional learning into the daily lessons, practices, and activities of our students. These teachers also took part in an equity talk around SEL. Using resources from the Collaborative for Academic, Social, and Emotional Learning, or CASEL, the teachers examined the SEL competency of self-awareness, the foundational competency that helps students understand their own thoughts, values, and emotions. Earlier this month, schools throughout our district celebrated Inclusive School Week, which is held in the first week of December every year to raise awareness and promote inclusive practices in school. Everyone who enters our community should feel like they belong, not just during a single week, but always. That's why I want to thank everyone who participated in Inclusive School Week, as well as the district's Access and Equity Director, Carrie Wable, and everyone on her team. They reached out to schools and families with suggested activities and discussion questions. I also want to thank our partners at the Special Education Parent Advisory Committee, also known as CPAC-SOMA, for their collaboration and their social media posts raising awareness of Inclusive Schools Week. For a recap of these activities that were held in our schools, please see this week's edition of the SOMSD newsletter. I want to give a shout out to Maplewood Middle School Choral Director Regina Bradshaw and all of the fabulous student singers she directed at last week's winter concert. I am so glad I was able to attend this tremendous event. Everyone did such an outstanding job, and I also want to acknowledge all of the families and friends who packed the house and supported the MMS choral program. I would be remiss if I did not congratulate all of the teachers, administrators, and staff members who are receiving tenure tonight. We greatly appreciate your dedication to our students and families and your commitment to our district. I also want to extend my sincere gratitude to those whose service on the Board of Education has ended or will soon be ending. My thanks to Susan Bergen, Alyssa Malaspina, Courtney Wingfield, and Johanna Wright for their dedicated service and support to me, the students, families, teachers, staff, and administrators, as well as other members of the Board of Education. Finally, it is important to me that you know how much I appreciate your support and partnership as we work together to help all of our students develop their knowledge, skills, and character. At this time of year, it is even more important. This is a time of year when we are encouraged to spend goodwill toward each other. everyone is reminded that what we have in common is so much stronger than what makes us different. And by keeping that in mind, we can have hope for a brighter future for everyone. So, in the spirit of the season, I want to wish everyone a very happy holiday season, a safe and restful winter break, and best wishes and peace to all of you in the new year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gilbert. We will now pass it over to Mr. Burnside for the business administrator update.
I'm sorry, we're not doing the presentations?
Yes, we are doing presentations. Thank you for that. The first presentation we will be doing is the dating violence presentation. So we will invite Ms. Wabel. Thank you, Mr. Burnside.
Can you hear me? Great. Okay, and I'm just going to practice to make sure I'm going the right way. Thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone. I am presenting some of our new process since we've passed the dating violence policy last year. So this is all of the changes we've made over the last several months. Nope. Okay. So just the definition of dating violence, a pattern of behavior where one person threatens to use or actually uses sexual, verbal, or emotional abuse to control their dating partner. 1 in 12 students in U.S. high schools has experienced physical dating violence, and the same is true for sexual dating violence. So this is a really important policy, and we're really happy with the changes that were made. So there were 4 goals once we examined the policy that we honed in on. The first is prevention, so to create a system through curriculum and training to support our students so dating violence doesn't happen, providing the community with information on dating violence, supporting our personnel so they know, 1, what to do when dating violence occurs and how to support students through that, and finally, to examine and support our investigative process, our code of conduct, and outline a process to move forward when dating violence occurs. So prevention and personnel support, we've completed 3 out of our 4 goals. So curriculum has been updated. Dating violence has been in the curriculum for several years, but tonight, I believe you're approving the PE and health curriculum, and dating violence has been updated there. Each school has chosen a dating advocate to support any students affected by dating violence. Dating advocates have received training from myself, but also from the CDC. They took a course on dating violence, so they know not only what our policy outlines, but also the CDC recommendations around dating violence. Underway, every employee is taking a course on dating violence through our Safe Schools online program, and they should be completed by February. Okay, so providing our community information, we built a microsite on our website, and that's to help community members if they think they are in need of extra support. Keith, can you just click the top one? So, and if you could just scroll down. Great. So what you'll see below is all of our advocates listed, how they can get in touch with our advocates at every school, some dating violence resources that they can click on. So a lot of things for our students, and a QR code that does work if anyone wants to try it out. And you can go back, Keith. Thank you. We sent out the updated code of conduct actually right around the last board meeting with information on dating violence. And posters were created for every school, which include how to contact the dating violence advocate. And also it has a QR code, which, yeah, you can click on that. Thank you. And this is what they will get. So they'll get a little bit of information on dating violence. If you can show the second page also, just some resources. And then finally, the last page is the list of dating violence people. So in the elementary schools, these are posted just in the main office, but in the middle school and high school where these occurrences are more likely to happen, these are in common areas so that students can do a QR code and get all of this information without having to, sometimes they're reluctant to talk to an adult right at first, so they have that information at their fingertips. You can go back. Okay. Next page. Oh, that's me. This is an example of what every poster looks like in the district. We then completed all of these goals. So we did write a manual so that it outlined the district procedures for our dating violence. A list of supports and interventions and remedies was created and placed in the manual so that we have some supports for our students. A safety plan template and accommodations was included in the manual, and an investigative process, formal grievance process are all outlined and aligned with Title IX. The Department of Health and PE, there is a mandate in the policy that talks about ongoing evaluation of this work, and the Health and PE department are doing that by examining student work samples to see if they're understanding the curriculum that we've built. And that's my presentation. Do you have any questions?
Thank you so much, Ms. Wabel. We really appreciate, I know this was a lot of hard work that went into this. Thank you very much.
It was good work.
Okay, Board Member Duvall-Wilson.
Thank you for the presentation, and really happy that this work is being done. I just had two questions. One is the Safe Schools course that needs to be done by the employees. Is that annually?
Right now it is, yes.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Yep.
And then my second question was, I think it's great that we have the QR codes. I'm sure students will be using that a lot. But when I went onto our district website, I found it very difficult to find the microsite. How does someone, a parent, a student, go from our district website to that dating violence site without using the QR code or knowing the very, very long URL?
Yeah, I believe it's in, it's under the parent part. So it's under, if you go to parents, it's right there. We can look at putting it also on our Title IX site so that there's a link there as well, because that might be where someone thinks about it. So we can do that.
I think that's a great idea. I know also sometimes you'll highlight things on the homepage, and maybe for a little bit of time you put it there too, so people could even go to it and then they could bookmark it for later as a reference on their personal computer.
Seeing no further questions, I think we're good. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. And I know that the policy that was passed this past January was a passion project for both myself, former board member Bergen, and former board member Sider. So I just want to thank the two of them as well, because we did put a significant amount of time into trying to create a policy that provides support systems localized starting within the schools. And I really appreciate your work behind that. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much.
So now our second presentation this evening is the Gifted and Talented presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Testing? Okay.
So thank you. First, I want to thank the Board of Education and SLT for the opportunity and space to really explore this topic that is part of our collective mission, ensuring that every student reaches their full potential. This presentation is going to mark the beginning of an exciting journey for our gifted and talented services. With the goal of nurturing the full spectrum of student potential, our committee is intentional about refining and elevating these services to better meet the unique needs and abilities of our gifted students. We're going to start by, I just want to acknowledge the 2019-2020 committee that worked really hard at revamping what was passed on our gifted and talented services. But then 2020 happened, right? And unfortunately, a lot of their hard work was not put into action, and that's what our new committee is trying to just highlight the hard work that they brought to the committee, and we want to acknowledge their work. So it was teacher Michael Drexel, Katrina Karras, Magda Milosha, Kendall Pierce, Natasha Pomaris, and Amy Rowe. Our new committee, I just want to highlight, is Diane Cantanari, Tivoli Hunt, Aurelis Tapia Vargas, Jennifer Latimer, Melissa Leland, Zoila Correa, and Carrie Weibo. Thank you. Keith, I'm just here. If not, you could go to slide, Keith. Thanks. So we're going to begin with the state of New Jersey passed a law signed in 2020, right around the time that this committee was working on it with the the New Jersey National Association of Gifted Children. New Jersey was actually working on strengthening the Gifted and Talented Act as well. So that was signed into law in 2020. It supplements and codifies the New Jersey Administrative Code that works with curriculum and instruction across the state of New Jersey. It brought district responsibilities that they had to evaluate the strengths and opportunities for improvement regarding gifted and talented students in grades K through 12. They wanted us to establish transparent and consistent identification procedures for all to see. Publication of the continuum of services had to be on our website, and it's currently the 2019-2020 strategies, protocols, and provisions are currently up, but they will be replaced in January. Also, professional development opportunities for staff. However, because of the pandemic and all the changes, we have not been able to fully fulfill that requirement and responsibility, but we will be doing soon. Curriculum instruction modifications are used for gifted and talented students, and what does that look like? Other best practices that the state of New Jersey requires is that we identify the strength of general intellectual ability, creativity, and in specific academic areas, free from bias. Ongoing identification of students across K to 12. Consider all students, including ELL and those with IEPs and 504s. Using multiple measures when identifying students. Detailed information must be posted on the district site, and ensure equity and access by universally screening students and using local norms in selection decisions, using both objective and subjective criteria. And be aware of the difference between potential and performance, especially when twice exceptionality or underachievement may be present. Slide. Our district policy 2464 also adopted the definition of New Jersey's definition of gifted and talented students. It reads, students who possess and demonstrate a high level of ability in one or more content areas when compared to their chronologically peers in the school district, and who requires modifications of their educational program if they are to achieve in accordance with their capabilities. So we wanted to make sure to highlight that definition because we want to make sure that who we're looking for and identifying are our students that show giftedness in many different ways. Slide. So here I created a chart provided by the New Jersey Association of Gifted Children on the difference between high achieving and gifted students. High achieving students will know the answers. Gifted students will ask the right questions. High achieving students have good ideas. Gifted have original ideas. High achieving commits time and effort to learning. Gifted students perform with ease, and so on. Slide. So in identifying these students, we wanted to make sure that we really looked at the multiple measures and what did that mean. Our committee started looking at every district in our county's strategies to see what they were doing, our neighboring districts, and also state districts that are not in our county. And we started to put together what we thought would work for our students, but we also, of course, leave room for alternate data, which means when a student that may have a disability, the disability might mask the giftedness. So we need to make sure to be open to different kinds of measures that we might not even know about yet, because we have to make sure that we're addressing the child and their individual need, not just a blanket statement for all students. So although we do have formal assessments that we will look at, of course we have student work samples and portfolios, parent and teacher forms and recommendations, and annual local state assessments. We're also including a screening tool. This screening tool will help us address students that we may not see. It has 3 parts. Slide. It's a Naglieri General Abilities Test. It was developed to address the need for equitable assessment of gifted students from diverse cultural, linguistic, and socioeconomic backgrounds so they can receive education opportunities that are appropriate for their ability. Students in all students in grade 1st grade, 3rd grade, and 5th grade will be screened in their own schools. And any student that's new to the district will be screened, and also any student of a different grade that is not all grade, but the parent or teacher feel that they should be screened. So these tests will provide us with quantifiable data that will give us a look deep at the different kinds of abilities that a student can possess. The test consists of 3 parts: a verbal part, a nonverbal part, and a quantitative part. This ensures that we reach all our students, including our twice exceptional. Slide. When our students are identified, and I feel like that was the biggest piece that was missing out of our 2019-2020 strategies, provisions, and protocols manual, was the screening tool, to make sure that we're identifying every student that needs to be identified. So what would happen is a student will receive a GAP, which is a gifted action plan. This gifted action plan will be part of a team meeting, including the parent or family guardian. To make sure that the student is heard at the older grade levels, we could include the student to participate in their GAP meeting as well. This is to make sure that we outline instructional adaptations and modifications that will put the child's needs up at forefront. If student is not considered eligible for a GAP plan, that does not mean that they get just dropped behind. We still will include arrangements for in-class differentiation and enrichment, because they are in fact still maybe high achieving. Slide. This is what our GAP will look like. It will include the needs of the students, their strengths, their challenges, their learning priorities, some goals and strategies, the modifications that we will implement, and how it would be implemented, and of course, an evaluation of how it's working. We do not want to provide a student with a GAP if it's not being used properly or if it's not serving the need of the student. So we will revisit this GAP every year with a meeting with the parent, just like a 504 or an IEP or an INRS plan. Slide. So quickly, I just want to take you through the timeline of events. So in August through September of this year, we reviewed what we already had with the work of Allison Brown, that was part of the New Jersey Association of Gifted Children, that was a consultant to our district, her protocols, her strategies, and provisions. We reviewed the board policy 2464 to make sure that we were addressing everything the board had committed for us. I attended trainings myself for the New Jersey Association of Gifted Children, Essex County Gifted and Talented Screening Committees. I also enrolled in the New Jersey PSA course for Gifted and Talented Education New Jersey, the law, latest guidance, and best practices. I began to form a committee to make sure that we were addressing all the needs for a strengthened Gifted and Talented Services plan. We researched the screening tools, multiple screening tools. We wanted to make sure that it was equitable. And the Board of Ed, thank you very much, approved the Naglieri General Abilities Test. Slide. This December, we began to revise and expand the SOMSD Protocols and Strategies Manual. We began to develop the G&T mission statement. We're beginning to develop the identification matrix. And we included a social emotional component by including a social worker on our team. It's very important to understand that often our gifted students struggle with social emotional needs. And we wanted to make sure that was a very important part of our plan. Trainings in January will include trainings for the administration and teachers on the new manual. We would like to host a parent town hall in January as well, towards the end of January, to make sure that you have an opportunity to ask questions or just see the full process and implementation process. And we will update our website to make sure that the new latest work that we have put in the last few months is highlighted. In February, we'll have the screening for the 1st, 3rd, and 5th grade. And of course, any student that from the other grades that a parent or teacher recommends. Slide. In March, we're going to create a frequently asked questions document for all stakeholders, like a go-to document. We're going to gather resources for enrichment to share with the staff because the staff is working hard already. So we really want to create those lessons to help them out and just place it already an atlas for them so it's at their fingertips. So we will be including G&T committee members into the curriculum writing process for each content area. And we will, together with the committee, prepare a presentation on the full G&T implementation plan. Trainings will occur in April for teachers. Our instructional coaches are getting ready to really support the teachers, especially if they have students that have been identified to qualify for a GAP plan. We want to make sure that we help them right away. And then this summer, we're gonna have the curriculum writers, like I said, join the content areas, and we're gonna continue on creating PD for our teachers. And of course, we're gonna find ways to have community partnerships. I think we have a robust community that we could really bring in and have opportunities for our gifted and talented students to explore. I'm also looking at, through state connections and county connections, they have Trivial Pursuits competitions, problem-solving competitions, so I'm excited to have our students sign up and get out there and show what they know. Okay, slide. These are the resources that we're working on using to just establish our program. And then the last slide is, again, just highlighting our committee members. That's it. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you so much.
Thank you. No, thank you for the opportunity.
You've done a tremendous amount of work. I actually just went back to look at an email from a CPAC parent that all the concerns that were raised as far as, lack of screening and, using standard tests. And I mean, basically everything that you just presented checks the box on all the concerns that many of our parents have been facing. So and our students. So thank you so much for putting in all that effort. I know that was a lot of work.
Still so much to do, but it's exciting.
I know, but this is a great start. So thank you for that. Do any board members have questions? Okay, Board Member Malaspina and then Board Member Vadlamani.
I just want to commend the hard work and dedication that the administration has put into this. As the CNI chair, we have been pushing you guys to make some of these changes, and I greatly appreciate you taking moving forward and finding a tool, especially finding a tool, and I know you worked really hard on it, that will be well, I can't say perfect, I don't want to use perfect, but has the potential to be very good for our twice exceptional students, because that was something that we were all very passionate about making sure was going to occur. And I look forward to what's next, and I really am impressed with the detailed work that has gone into it in the detailed plan moving forward. So I just need to thank you for that as the committee chair who has worked with you guys on this. So thank you.
So do we currently have this plan in the district? And if yes, how many students are part of this program?
Okay. Yes, we do currently have classrooms that are enriching our students, but we have not identified as many as we would like. The number has dwindled since 2020, starting in the 30s, and then it went down to the teens. Right now, we currently have 6 students in the elementary school that have a plan, and then we have middle school and high school students that are taking, so middle school students that take accelerated courses that qualify for high school credit, and we have students in high school that have AP classes. But we want to be more intentional at identifying these students, because just because you're in an AP class doesn't mean you're fully being enriched as a gifted student. So we want to make sure that that's not the only thing we do moving forward. But yeah, so currently we need to do more identifying. And I think this is the way to go, to identify the students.
And the screening that you propose is going to happen in the 1st grade, 3rd grade, and the 5th grade.
I'm sorry?
The screening that you will do is going to be in 1st grade, 3rd grade, and 5th grade.
Yes, for now.
I mean, why would you not do screening in middle school? Because potentially we could have late bloomers who show up in 8th grade, fully gifted, right?
Yeah, good question. That's just for right now. There's not going to be the screening of those grades every single year. Right now, we want to make sure we're getting our elementary, because we have the least amount of students identified at the elementary school. So we want to make sure that we're grabbing them as soon as possible. So that's where we're going with 1st, 3rd, and 5th. 5th because they're about to begin their journey in middle school, and we want to make sure that they're they're being addressed, their needs as they begin that journey. In middle school right now, we do offer already accelerated courses, and we do offer AP classes and advanced placements in the high school. So for right now, we want to just focus on where our deficit kind of like lies, which is our elementary. But moving forward next year, we're considering also screening ninth graders as they begin their trajectory in high school. But we're looking at that with the committee. But I felt that since I have kind of come up with this plan pretty quickly, I wanted to make sure that we addressed where our deficit lies right now heavily. Yes. But yes, we'll continue the conversation because I want to make sure we address all K-12 students. Hi.
I guess to that point that you make that you have accelerated in AP, are you going to start instituting a tool similar to what you're doing with the first, third, and fifth grade? Are you going to institute tools similar to what you're instituting for first, third, and fifth grade to identify the high achieving versus gifted students in the middle school and high school?
Yes, that's exactly, so we're working with a plan. So right now, like I said, we're focusing our attention on elementary school, but as we continue the conversation, I'm involving myself a lot more in the high school INRS process, and I'm involving myself more in conversations with high school teachers, because I do want to find a way that best supports our students, not just high achieving students, but also gifted students that may not be in those classes because they struggle with social emotional difficulties and may not think that they're worthy of those classes, right? So helping identify students it's going to take the whole village of the high school on middle school, and I have to say the administrators are ready to help me and support in this work, but I am not forgetting them. I'm just trying to first work with the elementary, but simultaneously starting those conversations like I did in the summer to start the conversations of the elementary. As I'm working in elementary, I'm starting conversations with middle school and high school. Thank you.
And, as I'm assuming the screenings happen at the beginning of the year, the beginning of the school year, right? So can you provide a report to the board, maybe every January or February, that gives us a breakdown of these students by grade? So that way we can, look at the program and see how it is progressing.
Oh, you'll have it in October because the state requires the same report. So I intend to present to the board in October on how our progress is going. But that doesn't, phase 2 implementation will happen in January for you. But once we start really implementing the program, starting in the fall, I want to start beginning those conversations on how the progress is going. So the first presentation will be in October. And as we progress through the year, absolutely.
So did we have one last October? And if we
No,
we did not. Okay.
I did report it to the state, but we did not have a presentation.
No, but I understand. But the report that you gave to the state, can the board get a copy of that?
I can get you one. Sure.
Thanks.
Absolutely.
So yeah, this is more just, This is more of just a request. You said that there'll be a town hall in January, right? Which is great. And my request is just to try to promote that date as early as possible.
Yeah.
January is going to be busy for a lot of families, parents.
Yes.
So I'm sure that many parents in the district will be very interested in attending. I'm assuming it'll be in person and virtual if there are parents that aren't able to attend in person?
And yes, I do plan to make a live video of the presentation. I also, in January, I've already started talking to some parents to have them as part of the committee where they can come in. I'm planning for January, but I'm trying to figure out if February might be better because the screening would have happened, and now what, right? My student has been screened, now what? So I'm still working on that, but I really want to have their input. So I've already talked to some parents that I know have a big passion for gifted and talented and twice exceptional children they have, so I want to make sure I have their voice before I make the final decision on that, because it would be for them. So I want to hear their voice.
I see. Thank you.
No problem.
Great. Thank you so much, Ms. Correa. We really appreciate it. Thank you. So now we'll go to the business administrator update.
Good evening. Tonight I'm going to start with the Marshall School for the construction update. Right now the second shift is installing the fire. What's that? Oh. Right now the second shift is installing the fire alarm at the Marshall School from 3:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. They're continuing with the drywall installation on the second floor corridor walls. They're also doing some electric rough-in. They're continuing with the exterior wall metal plate rough framing and sheathing. There's the sloped roof installation on the new addition is being installed. They're continuing with building the envelope spray foam installation on the drywall, and they're also doing a ground face block with cast stone and brick installation, and they're starting the new addition window installation, so they're starting to close it in. They're also starting to install the new classroom doors at the existing classrooms over the winter break. At the Montrose School, that's scheduled for the summer of 2024. At the high school, demolition in the B wing is 100% complete. There are beam pockets at the pool area that are completed. They're installing ductwork in the B wing. The pool area second floor opening is completed. The new opening for the double doors in the pool area are 100% complete. The rough-in of the electric and piping for the new B wing science labs is underway, and the framing and sheetrock is underway in the B wing. And notification to the state for the upcoming asbestos abatement work over the winter break is underway. For the South Orange Middle School, the submittals and purchasing of the equipment and materials is underway. And on the bills list tonight is a check that will be sent to Maplewood Township for the permits for the Maplewood Middle School. And that's the VA.
Any questions for Mr. Burnside from the board? Okay. Anything? No? Okay. We will now move on to the board president update. So this is officially my last board president update, as it will be the final time I will preside over a Board of Education meeting as the board president of the South Orange Maplewood School District. I want to express my heartfelt thanks to my fellow board colleagues, especially to first VP board member Alyssa Malaspina and second VP Nubia Duvall-Wilson. Being board president is not a one-person job, and it definitely doesn't come with a playbook. So the support of the executive members and my other 6 board colleagues has really meant more to me than you guys know. I would also like to thank the district and the community at large. Your honest feedback, encouragement, and support have been a guiding force on setting our board priorities and have supported our governance work this year. Nothing can really prepare you for the board president experience, so I want to thank everyone for the patience and grace shown to me as I learned and grew in this role. I put my whole heart and soul into this leadership position and the work that comes with it. While I'll be sitting in a different seat next year, I can promise you all that my unwavering commitment to representing the needs of our students and community will stand strong. Thank you for the privilege of serving you. And with that sentiment, I'd like to transition to the meat of tonight's board president update, which is going through the work that we've completed this year. A lot can happen in a year, and as board members, we often don't take the time to reflect on or acknowledge our hard work. So I'd like to take a minute to provide a year in review for the board to highlight several of our board accomplishments in 2023. As we close out the year, I hope that we can all be proud of the work that we've accomplished together. The board passed a dating violence policy earlier this year, a credit to the 2022 board for their hard work on revising this policy, and the 2023 board worked hard to hold the district accountable for implementation of the policy and the required district-wide changes. Each school will have a designated school-based advocate to support our students, and policy changes include education for our district staff, student, and families. We had a presentation tonight from Ms. Weibel, our Director of Access and Equity, who shared all of the hard work that went into this policy this year, and we truly thank you for that. The board increased transportation beyond the state mandate of 2 miles so that every SOMSD child in pre-K through 5th grade receives a bus to school if they live 1.25 miles or over. Increasing this vital resource to our students and their families was extremely important to the ongoing successful implementation of the Intentional Integration Initiative district-wide. We required the district review and improve athletic coach training practices, which resulted in a district-wide sexual misconduct and harassment training plan for all SOMSD coaches and activity leaders. We conducted a hazardous route audit, which was promised to the community in 2021. The audit was conducted earlier this year and resulted in a new hazardous route policy, which identified a total of 11 hazardous routes, which the previous policy had only designated 4. The district implemented this policy this year, and with that policy, we instituted a new hazardous route evaluation process. Tonight, the board will be approving an updated hazardous route policy that includes the addition of a 12th hazardous route after the evaluation was conducted this past fall. We held the district accountable to making sure that we spent outstanding COVID funds before the expiration date. We advocated for changes to the ELA curriculum, which resulted in the district launching a piloted phonics program in preparation of a district-wide shift away from the Teachers College ELA curriculum to a new curriculum by 2024. We advocated for the journalism class to be reinstated as a full-year credited course, and it was. We focused on compliance with the Black Parents Workshop settlement, and we created a Fergus Implementation Committee to provide oversight around the implementation of the required recommendations that we have to complete within the next 3 years. We advocated for long-range facility plan fundraising to be a 2023-24 school year district goal to support the completion of our pending construction projects, especially at South Orange Middle School. We kept the Board of School Estimate leaders up to date on background information and financials, which informed a productive preliminary Board of School Estimate meeting just this past November. Thanks to Bill, we advocated for Maple Woodshop to be added to the curriculum for CHS students, which was formally adopted by the board. We developed an annual staff renewal process that includes timelines and roles and responsibilities for both the board and district. We improved communications between the board and the community through information shared in board meetings. We added a business administrative update to our board meeting. Our committee report outs were extremely detailed. In fact, some people tend to fall asleep during them. We advocated for a parent survey. Meetings with the PTA, and communications to Marshall Bolden families around the Marshall and Bolden unpairing process. And in my opinion, this supported a seamless unpairing of the schools for the 2023-24 school year. We ensured that 2 experience surveys were sent to district families who are part of the Intentional Integration Initiative, and we advocated for changes to the survey to capture important information like student demographics and whether a family feels that their student is currently receiving the necessary academic supports at their school, among other items. We continually improved upon communication between the board, district, and our municipal leaders with monthly municipality meetings, thank you, Nubia, during which topics of importance were covered like transportation, integration, and student safety. Tonight, the board will take action on potentially adopting an outstanding recommendation from the ALVS Group, our consultant for the Intentional Integration Initiative, of instituting a student waitlist transfer policy as part of the ongoing evolution of the Intentional Integration Initiative. The board also committed to having quarterly retreats in an effort to bring the board closer together and to support more collegiality, collaboration, and communication amongst board members. We held our first retreat in November, and we were able to include our newly elected board members in the retreat as well, which I think has already served us very well. So this was just a snapshot. Sorry, that was a lot, but I am really proud of all of us, and we should be proud of ourselves. So now let me please allow to read okay. I'm going to read the board president's statement for the record. The school board meeting is a business meeting in public and not a meeting with the public. Oftentimes, it may appear to members of our audience that the Board of Education takes action with very little comment and in many cases a unanimous vote. Before a matter is placed on the agenda at a public meeting, the administration has thoroughly reviewed the matter with the superintendent. If the superintendent is satisfied that the matter is ready to be presented to the Board of Education, it is then referred to the appropriate board committee. The members of the board committee work with the administration and the superintendent to assure that the members fully understand the matter. After the committee discusses the matter, it is then shared with the other board members for consideration. Only then is it placed on the agenda for board discussion and action at a public meeting. We will now begin our first hearing of individuals and delegates this evening. Thank you for joining us and dialing in by phone. We respect the time you've taken out of your day to address the board at tonight's meeting. We value public involvement in our school district, and we are eager to hear what you have to say. The board does have time limits by policy, and it will be enforcing those to enable as many people to speak as possible this evening. Each individual will be given 3 minutes to speak. Please do your best to stay within the time afforded to you. The first public comment period is usually limited to 1 hour, but we will be under an hour tonight, which is a good thing. So the second public comment period may be limited to 30 minutes. All input shared with the Board of Education is taken very seriously, and it will inform future deliberations and work by the Board of Education and its committees. So with that, I call the first person up. If you could please state your name and town of residence for the record, that would be greatly appreciated. Rocio Lopez.
It's not working. Hello? Okay. Hi, how are you? Rocio Lopez, president of SOMEA, AP Spanish teacher at Columbia High School and a resident of Maplewood. The first thing I want to do today is thank all of you, the board members, for your job. It's a thankless job, and I know that. And I have to piggyback on the words that Courtney said before. We all think, everybody thinks, right, that we're doing the right thing for the district. We all have the intention to do the best that we can for the kids. And not always we're right. And that's why we need to listen and communicate and, have conversations. And that is something that unfortunately wasn't happening for a while, and it's coming back to the district. So I want to thank you because there is light again. There is hope again. And I can tell you that talking to different buildings, it feels lighter. I can breathe again. I want to stay. I want to see what happens. To tell you things that have happened about the new person, Dr. Gilbert, the new acting superintendent that we feel happy and proud of. The first thing he did, he's a breath of fresh air. He went to see the parents that had issues with transportation. And he also went to every school and every building and say hi to everyone. We were people for once. He called the math teachers and, of course, his crew that is working really hard with him to make sure that they have the conversations that they never had about the math classes and what they were going to do to accelerate. He also actually met with us in level 3 grievances instead of you all paying extra money to your council to meet with us every time. I'm sorry, Patrick. Every time that we had an issue because Dr. Gilbert will not, our previous superintendent will not meet with us in level 3 grievances to resolve them. He also changed District SAM to be in person. That means that now SOMEA and the SLT meets in person instead of virtually, which since COVID, we were not meeting in person. He has also created meetings weekly with both presidents of both associations, ASCA and SOMEA, in person, which they are 1 hour instead of the 30 minutes we will get a month, where he brings things to the table, not only us asking for things. He actually has response to and give us resolutions and information after we ask him for things. He actually responds to what we ask for. He has also included SOMEA in the Equity and Access Committee, which we weren't. The biggest stakeholder of grown-ups was not invited to those meetings. He also has been honest to the community in all his communications. He has been listening. He has invited SOMEA also for a staff morale for the committee, which we weren't, even though SOMEA is most of the staff of this district. I can keep going and going and going, but thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I can keep saying it, and now I want to stay. I want to see what happens. I was ready to leave, and you gave me hope. And I'm going to tell you something, and the members know that. I am the ultimate person with hope in the district. Everybody's like, Rocio, come on, it's not going to happen. And I'm like, yes, we're going to fix it. Last year, I didn't have that anymore. And you gave it back to me. Thank you. Thank you to all of you. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. And thank you for letting us serve the kids appropriately. And thank you, because without relationships, we're not going anywhere. And relationship is what makes people work hard. You don't merit a salary. You don't merit a district. You merit a person, a group of people. And yeah, you're going to stop me, but I just want to tell you I'm happy, and I have a present for all of you.
I can't let you keep going.
Real quick.
We appreciate you,
Thank
though.
you,
Thank you so
Johanna.
much.
Thank you, Johanna. Thank you, Elisa. Thank you, Courtney. The contract. curriculum, and your life. Okay, thank you.
All right, we will now go to Lauren Knighton.
That's okay. It's okay.
You are putting effort, okay? Switch the sweater sizes, please. I don't know. They're like, I tried. So there are some medium size, small size, like.
Next up we have is Lauren Knighton. Thank you for the gifts.
If you start wearing those, we're going to have to invoke doctrine of necessity quite a bit. So
Only at home.
Good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm here to express my concern about one of Seth Boyden Elementary School's best teachers, Teacher Gray. I understand that Teacher Gray is on leave and the circumstances are understandably confidential. But in case Teacher Gray needs our support, I wanted to reach out and sing her praises publicly. Seth Boyden has incredible teachers, and even among this cohort, Teacher Gray stands out. My twins, Elizabeth and Lucas, who are now second graders, were in her kindergarten class 2 years ago and had the most wonderful experience. From day one, Teacher Gray was the dream kindergarten teacher. I literally could not have asked for a better educator to begin our children's primary education. I feel strongly that Teacher Gray provided them with the foundation of their educational years, establishing a love of school in both of them. During that school year, it was still the pandemic, masking, etc., and Teacher Gray was also teaching in a temporary classroom due to school construction. Despite these challenges, Teacher Gray created a safe, loving, supportive, and educational environment for her students every single day. There were times when classes were virtual that year, so I personally got to watch Teacher Gray at work while I was sitting with my children, and honestly, her spirit, enthusiasm, and care for the students inspired me to try harder in my own job. She zeroed in on each of my children's needs, especially my daughter, who was very shy and lacked confidence. Teacher Gray lifted her up and put her on the outgoing, confident path she is on today. My kids still treasure any time they get to have with Teacher Gray, from saying hello in the hall to having a warm hug at the end of the day. I emailed the board some photos of the wonderful year my kids had with Teacher Gray. It was honestly magical. I sincerely hope Teacher Gray will be in her classroom again very soon. She is an amazing educator, and Seth Boyden students need her. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you so much, Lauren. Emily Schwartz.
I didn't know being on camera was part of this, so hello. I'm Emily Schwartz. I live in Maplewood. My son Max is a Seth Boyden student. And to quote Board Member Wright this evening, who said it very succinctly and very true, teachers, we do not have a district. Seth Boyden families learned recently that Teacher Gray was placed on leave. She's been at the school for almost 10 years, if not over. We are profoundly sad at the thought of Teacher Gray leaving our community at Seth Boyden. My son Max had Teacher Gray last year for kindergarten. As I'm sure many of you can appreciate, kindergarten is a complicated time. It's a time of transition, feelings, adjustment, and some kids handle it better than others. Teacher Gray has a gift of making each child feel special and worthy. My son overcame his struggles, and his love for Teacher Gray remains. Not only did he learn, he thrived in her class. And I know this is a sentiment many families who have been lucky enough to know Teacher Gray share. In fact, my younger daughter, who is at Apple Corps, so also in the district, they talk at length about what her year next year will be like in kindergarten. And my son every time emphatically says, I hope you get Teacher Gray. For the children currently in Teacher Gray's classroom, having reached out to some of those families because I know some of those parents, those children are upset and they wish for her return as well. Of course, I don't know the details of what led to this decision or what is going on, but I do hope that the board takes into consideration the adoration the community holds for Teacher Gray and allow her to return as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Michelle Herman.
I'm Michelle Herman, a resident of Maplewood with 2 kids at Seth Boyden. I'm speaking out today in support of Teacher Gray. My daughter's a petite 5-year-old kindergartner, but she's got big feelings: attachment to her parents, a drop-off, grumpy, pouting face, refusal to join the group when she's in a mood, fierce determination on the monkey bars, etc. Teacher Gray has seen it all and knows how to manage, distract, and comfort all the various outbursts of emotions. It's second nature to an experienced kindergarten teacher. It's why I've been confident and happy to have my daughter under Teacher Gray's care. Teacher Gray's years of experience and skill were obviously paying off on my daughter's social, emotional, and academic development. Now it's been halted in the middle of the year with no explanation. I'm very disappointed with this sudden change. I'm calling on the board to do whatever it can to bring Teacher Gray back to class. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael Kettler.
I'm Michael Kettler. I'm from Maplewood. See if you can guess what I'm here to talk about. I'm here to talk about Teacher Gray, teacher at Seth Boyden. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes here, but it's become obvious that something is wrong. Just the process has been concerning to me. It seems that Teacher Gray was removed from the classroom and replaced with a substitute. We know that. The class parents were only told about this after rumors began to circulate in the community. And even then, perhaps understandably, we were provided with very little information about what's going on. We were left to our own devices to figure out what is going on and how to explain it to our kids. But I didn't come to this meeting tonight and sit here this whole time just to talk about process and communication. I want to talk about my experience with Teacher Gray as a parent of 2 students in her class. Both of my kids have had Teacher Gray for kindergarten at Seth Boyden. My oldest is now in 2nd grade, and my youngest is in her class this year. I haven't for a single second had any doubts about her skill and dedication as a teacher. When people ask me about our public schools and our towns, I always say that the teachers at Seth Boyden are excellent. When I say that, I'm talking about Teacher Gray. She also quickly formed a terrific bond with both of my kids, and she understands their needs and empathizes with them. And I'll say I'm not surprised that I heard very similar things from these other parents, and we didn't coordinate or anything or even talk. So there's no coincidence you're hearing a lot of the same things from everyone tonight. With respect to her great empathy with the kids, we were concerned about our son before he started kindergarten this year with Teacher Gray. He has ADHD and often has struggled with emotional regulation in organized settings like his preschool and summer camp. However, Teacher Gray has made his experience so much better than we had feared. She has made it so that he enjoys going to school, she helps him focus on learning, and now he's starting to read. We're worried that his progress, all this progress that I'm talking about, will be set back if his teacher, whom he loves and has formed a bond with, suddenly disappears in the middle of the year and never comes back. As I said, I don't know what's going on behind the scenes with this, but if this situation stems from disagreements among adults in our schools, I hope the resolution doesn't come at the expense of our kids. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. Jennifer Warren.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Warren, and I have 2 kids at Seth Boyden. I'm here to pretty much reiterate what other people said. Also, thanks for the buses. They're amazing. We ride them every day. Thank you so much for that. We just love Teacher Gray. My daughter had teacher grade last year for kindergarten, and I didn't know anything about her, but she was the best. So nurturing, so loving. I never heard her raise her voice to any student, even when I thought maybe she should have, but she didn't, you know, to help with the situation. But she was just an amazing teacher. My daughter was so lucky to have her. She gave great hugs, and I miss seeing her. I love seeing Teacher Gray around. She's an amazing person. And like everyone else said, we just have no idea what happened to her. And understandably, you know, things are confidential. I'm a teacher myself, I understand. But we just hope the best for her. We'd love to see her back in the classroom, preferably at Seth Boyden, but back in the classroom would be amazing. Any student would be very lucky to have her. So that's all. Thank you. She's the best.
Thank you, Jennifer. Amanda Englert.
All right. Good evening, Amanda Englert. I am a resident of Maplewood, and I'm here today to address the urgent matter regarding Teacher Gray. Despite this being a very busy week, I felt compelled to come before you because I believe it's my responsibility to advocate for my son's educational well-being. He's in Teacher Gray's class this year. As parents, when you prepare to send your children to kindergarten, we naturally have concerns about how they'll adjust, who will care for them, who will lay the foundation for their education. When my son was assigned to Teacher Gray's class, I was elated to hear countless positive experiences from friends and other community members whose children had thrived under her guidance in years prior. Upon meeting Teacher Gray, it became evident that we were very fortunate to have our son in her class. I've had the privilege of observing Teacher Gray's interactions with her students both inside and outside of the classroom. She fosters a nurturing and inclusive environment, imparting valuable lessons that extend far beyond a textbook or worksheet. My son has flourished emotionally and academically, and her absence from the classroom is really proving to be challenging for him. At this young age, consistency is paramount, and the sudden departure of a trusted educator with little explanation has taken a toll on my son. While I fully respect the confidentiality of personal matters, I firmly believe that the Seth Boyden administration owes students and parents a little bit more. As we approach the critical months of January, February, and March, which can be pivotal in a school year for learning and development, we must have a plan in place to support our students. Teacher Gray's absence from the classroom represents a significant disservice to my son. Therefore, I really encourage you to thoroughly investigate the matter and consider what can be done to ensure Teacher Gray returns to the students that are eagerly waiting for her. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kate Rock.
Hi. To be completely honest, I wish I was home snuggling with my daughter, reading books with her, and preparing for the holidays, but I am not. That is how important this is to me and my child. I am here on behalf of Teacher Gray and imploring you to please put her back in the classroom where she belongs. Although there have been many rumors floating around, I have no knowledge of what actually led to her abrupt removal from the classroom. That said, I do have in-person access to the ramifications of this decision. At the beginning of the school year, there were some children who were nervous to go in. By getting down to greet them eye to eye and welcoming them with nothing but love and encouragement, those same children now bounce into school every morning with a smile. My own child was less resistant, but it still made her dad and me feel more confident letting our baby go, knowing that she was going to such a warm and loving environment. Now, those once confident children don't want to go to school. My old child spent last night weeping because she won't see Teacher Gray until next year and is clinging to my leg, afraid that mommy won't come back either. As I'm sure you can imagine, it has been absolutely heartbreaking to watch this unfold. Let me very quickly speak more to what I've seen of Teacher Gray. I was lucky enough to be invited into her classroom as a surprise reader, and it was absolutely incredible. Teacher Gray has clearly created such an environment of respect for one another that the children were all smiling, but knew exactly what they had to do. They each have their classroom job, and it clearly instills in each of them a sense of pride and responsibility. They were all so excited to tell me what was theirs to do. Teacher Gray takes care of them, but is also helping them blossom into thoughtful children. As for my own child, I have seen her bloom under the care of Teacher Gray, leaps and bounds in reading, an expanded love of learning, and I fear for what Teacher Gray's loss will do to my daughter, both academically and emotionally. What else can I tell my crying daughter but that I want Teacher Gray back too? When I was lucky enough to be in the classroom, I chose a book that felt like it embodied Teacher Gray's essence in the classroom. It's called The Love Letter. It's about three friends who are very different, but end up understanding how important they are to one another. And so we came in and did an art project. And part of it involved a letter. And the letter said, "Friend, you are a joy, a light, a secret hope, a safe good night, a face that shines just for me. When you go, I miss you so. Don't you know I love you?" And that is what Teacher Gray feels like. So please, please bring her back. These children deserve.
Thank you so much, Kate. I'm so sorry your time is up, but we really appreciate you coming to speak tonight. Thank you very much. Lisa Raposo.
Hello, excuse me, I don't do the weather. I am not prepared with anything written or anything like that. I wasn't even planning to speak. I was planning more to listen. But I also am here to advocate for Teacher Gray and my experience with her, as well as my son's experience. My son started the school year a little bit late, and from the very first day, even though he was late to the school year, she was very welcoming, very warm, very loving, and very caring to my son. She's also been very good with touching base with me and keeping me informed, as a good educator does, keeping the parent informed, sending me notices on how he's doing academically. And so I'm very appreciative of that. There have been rumors that I do want to challenge the board on investigating as far as administration leading to her being out and the board or the district not being totally transparent, and I guess for confidentiality reasons. But I do challenge that investigations be done, because it isn't fair for us to see good teachers go, and we don't know why. And so I'm concerned for my son, of course, as well as the other parents, and I want to see Teacher Gray return. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Lisa. That concludes our in-person public speaks. We have 3 virtual public speaks. The first person is Jennifer Olson.
That community member is not online.
Next is Anid Ustache.
Hello?
Hi, Anid.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. Hello, I'm also calling and I'm speaking on behalf of Teacher Gray. I'm reaching out to express my deep concern about Teacher Gray's recent administrative leave. My daughter is now a second grader at Seth Boyden, and her transition from PK to kindergarten was a life-changing experience because of Teacher Gray. As a parent who was blessed to have met Teacher Gray and have my daughter under her tutelage, I was taken aback by the news that she was placed on leave. Teacher Gray has been an invaluable part of my daughter's kindergarten experience. Under her guidance, my daughter did not only grow academically, but also gained confidence and a genuine love for learning. What sets Teacher Gray apart is her ability to create a nurturing and inclusive environment that transcends traditional teaching methods. My daughter often spoke about feeling like Teacher Gray was a part of our family, and this connection has significantly contributed to her positive experiences in the classroom. As the first teacher of color that my daughter had, Teacher Gray introduced her to a new cultural context. She saw herself in Teacher Gray. She left kindergarten with a newfound confidence in her abilities, a profound appreciation of her beautiful brown skin and her cultural makeup. And until recently, whenever she sees Teacher Gray, she would just go give her a big hug. Beyond her exceptional teaching skills, Teacher Gray has a unique way of genuinely caring for her students. Her love and concern for my daughter and her classmate went beyond the classroom. She created a sense of security and belonging. I believe that Teacher Gray's impact is immeasurable, and losing such a dedicated educator would be a significant loss for our school community. And although my daughter is in the second grade, Teacher Gray, I'm even speaking for the students that are to come, that would have the opportunity to be under her teaching. So I urge you to thoroughly investigate the circumstances surrounding her leave and consider the influence she has had on students like my daughter and like the many other parents who have spoken, so that she's able to resume her role in the new year. The district has already lost a lot of great teachers, and I hope that Teacher Gray isn't one of the ones that is forced to leave due to whatever issue is happening. So thank you for listening. Have a good night, everyone.
Thank you, Anid. The last virtual public speaks is Anita Mack.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Anita.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Anita Mack, and I taught at Columbia High School for 24 years. While there, I had the pleasure of working with Alyssa Malaspina. As an astute and knowledgeable librarian, Alyssa was always ready to help my students in researching information and guiding them through their research paper process for my history classes. Alyssa's always cared about students and was instrumental in making sure that they had opportunities before, during, and after school to utilize the library. And so I want to take this opportunity to thank Alyssa for always being an advocate for educational justice for all students, especially those of color who face systemic racism in the classroom. She never put her head in the sand when it came to controversial topics and was always willing to speak out and support those who she felt had been wronged because of biased, self-serving decisions of the teaching staff and/or administration. Thank you, Alyssa Malaspina. You will be sorely missed.
Thank you, Anita. And that concludes our public, bye. And that concludes our first public speaks. So we will now move on to committee report outs. Let's start on the left side of the horseshoe tonight. So Dr. Tellersford, if you could lead us in presentation on meeting minutes for the Data and Technology Committee and the Special Services Committees. Bye, everyone.
We did not meet this month.
Oh, you didn't meet this month? Okay,
Yeah.
great. All right, so then we will move on. Okay. Then we will move on to Is Bill here?
just
No.
went to
Oh, okay, all right. All right, so we'll do first VP Malaspina for the CNI committee, please.
Okay, the CNI committee, and this is my last time doing this. Oh, the Curriculum and Instruction Committee meeting took place on December 11th. This meeting was attended by myself, Regina, and Nubia, with Courtney being absent. One of the key topics discussed during the meeting was the current CHS schedule, specifically addressing concerns related to students athletes missing academic classes during the 9th period. It was brought to our attention that part of the reason for these early departures is the shared use of buses for both athletic events and elementary school transportation. Ms. Bodnar informed us that she was actively working with the Transportation Department to explore potential solutions to this issue. The committee collectively agreed that communications would be sent to parents regarding this matter, and efforts are underway to draft a suitable message. I think we also need to make it clear to the parents that we hear you, we understand, but it is not as simple as just switching a schedule, like switching a 1st and a 9th. There's a lot that goes into scheduling, and it will take time for this to occur, and probably won't be occurring until next year if there are any changes made. But know that it is being addressed and looked into by the administration. During the meeting, we had the privilege of witnessing a detailed and impressive presentation by Ms. Carrera. She showcased a meticulously crafted spreadsheet designed to aid administrators in monitoring student progress. The presentation left a really positive impression on all of us, and we look forward to sharing this valuable research with the broader school board in the coming weeks. She updates it bi-weekly, I think, and it's very impressive and really helping our students, especially our students who are falling behind. Furthermore, the committee reviewed several policies, including suspension and sexual harassment of students. However, we recognize the need for clarification on certain aspects of the policies before proceeding. We are planning to address, well, I'm not, but the rest of the committee is planning to address these questions in our subsequent meetings. Additionally, we are presenting the proposal for school-issued ID cards. They left, but for first reading. In closing, it is important to note that last month, although there was no formal readout was provided, we did discuss in the November meeting, and I want to highlight this, the Freshman Academy. It was heartening to hear that the administration acknowledged that certain aspects of the program had not unfolded as originally envisioned. They expressed a commitment to take the necessary time to reflect and reshape the program, with anticipated changes being implemented in January. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to Ms. Bodnar and the entire administration team for their dedicated efforts. It's been a pleasure working collaboratively with everyone, and I value all of the hard work and commitment displayed by all.
Any questions for Board Member Malaspina? Okay, seeing none, Board Member Gifford for policy, if you're ready, otherwise I'll.
Mine is going to be a short and sweet one, as usual. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, so the policy committee convened December 5th at 6:30. Board member Malaspina and Dr. Telesford were absent. Board President Wilder and Board Member Eckert were present in their absence. Tonight, we have 12 policies up for second read and adoption, and 1 policy up for second read. And we stopped the meeting at 7:39. And that's all I have.
Any questions for Board Member Gifford about the policy committee? Okay, moving on to second VP Deval Wilson for FFT.
Okay, this was a short meeting, which was nice, so this will not take too long. For construction, we discussed the long-range facility plan. January 25th is our next board meeting where we will pass a resolution on how much we are asking from the Board of School Estimate. EPIC would like to go out to bid at the end of February for the remaining projects. We discussed finances for Ritter Field and the possibility of the girls' locker room renovation being included in the long-range facility plan Board of School Estimate request, as well as 3 change orders. For auditoriums, we learned that the inspection report for SOMS is coming, so looking forward to that in the new year. We reviewed and discussed edits to policies for review, which included personnel records, student records, and reporting potentially missing or abused children. For transportation, we discussed what the subscription bus survey would contain. We agreed it would be sent to all families under the 1.25 mile mark who are currently not eligible for a bus for all grades. Also, we will receive the raw data of the bus capacity report in Q1 2024. We also asked for a post-mortem of the transportation rollout to review what worked and what didn't and why. We reviewed the budget cycle calendar for 23-24, and it will be finalized by January 11 when we get the final dates from the state. And we adjourned at 8:28 p.m. That's right. Good for you. I know.
Any questions for second VP Deval Wilson? All right, moving on. So now we'll go to Board Member Eckert for personnel.
The Personnel Committee met on Tuesday, December 12th. Board members Whitletter, Wright, and I were in attendance, and Board Member Wingfield unfortunately couldn't make it. I will also be pretty brief, as much of the meeting actually surrounded confidential topics. We did talk a lot about recruiting, talking about filling leave replacement roles. Our HR department recently tried reaching out to teachers that retired in the past 2 years with unfortunately no luck. They are now expanding the range to the past 5 years and will provide the board an update in the new year. HR also discussed how the district has worked with local universities like Seton Hall, Montclair State, and Keene, which has been proven to be successful. From a marketing perspective, Dr. Gilbert mentioned a few things he is working on with HR and Mr. Brubaker to shift the narrative to improve our recruiting efforts. Doing monthly profiles of SOMSD staff, telling the story from a student lens, just to name a few. So we're excited to see what they come up with in the new year. We reviewed 3 policies that will not be going up for first read tonight, still needs a bit of work from the district stakeholders or the policy committee. From a retention perspective, Mr. Adedoyan has received proposals for HR vendors that can help us work with engagement surveys. And in terms of next steps, he will provide a memo to the board with his recommendation. I'm not sure of timing, but assuming sometime after the new year. And we don't have our next meeting scheduled yet, as we'll be welcoming our new board members and restructuring committees, so stay tuned. Any questions?
Any questions for
I do want to keep it rolling, so I'm sorry. But for the teachers we reached out to that within 2 years of them leaving, we couldn't get anybody. Nobody wanted to answer our survey. That's a bad sign. That's a bad sign.
So we're good? All right, so before we move on to the action, and thanks for reminding me, Nubia, but we wanted to thank the CHS students and families. They made us some holiday cookies. They were sitting here when we walked in. It was very unexpected, and it was a great surprise, and sorry that we're munching on them mid-meeting, but they're delicious, so thank you for thinking of us. So now we'll move on to the action portion of the meeting.
We need to sever.
Okay, can you just hold on one second, please?
Sorry. Totally forget.
Sorry.
I'm
So, Mr. Burnside, will you lead us in the action portion of the meeting in Dr. Gilbert's absence?
Yes, good evening. Board members, this evening, I have resolutions 4550 to 4559. Are there any requests to sever?
Yes, now, sorry, I was a little behind. Because I am conflicted, we need to sever 4557H. F, it's internal transfers.
Are there any others?
What? Oh, is it the wrong one? Oh.
That's what I see. 4557, letter H is internal transfers.
Is that,
Which one am I recused from?
4557G.
all right, so.
Oh, sorry.
Patrick, sorry, there's a lot of mics on. Everyone.
I'm that confused. It was G instead of H.
All right, so
My fault.
Alyssa is recused from 4557G. So. Board Member Badlamani, then Dr. Telesford.
The hand carry resolution is not part of this, is it?
No, it comes after. I take the G.
I want to sever 4557H.
Thank you. Are there any others? Hearing none, seeing none. Board members, we present for your consideration resolutions 4550 to 4559 with 4557G and H severed. Thank you. I'm sorry, do I have a second? Thank you.
Okay, we're now open for discussion on the aforementioned resolutions. Anyone? No. Okay, we'll close discussion and we'll go to vote.
Board Member Malaspina.
Yes.
Board Member Duvall-Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Board Member Telesford.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford.
Yes.
Board President Whitletter.
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield.
Yes.
Board Member Wright. Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Motion passes. Thank you. Now for your consideration, 4557G. Do I have a second?
Second. Okay, we're now open for discussion on 4557G, which is policy 5120, which is up for second read, assignment of students. Does anyone have anything to discuss? And this is the policy that Alyssa is recused from voting on. So seeing none, let's go to roll.
Board President Whitletter.
Yes.
Board Member Wright. Board Member Vadlamani.
Yes.
Board Member Telesford.
Yes.
Board Member Duvall-Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford.
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield.
Yes.
Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Motion passes. Next for your consideration, 4557H. Do I have a second?
Now open for discussion. Dr. Telesford, did you want to start?
I guess there's just some language that I wanted to have added to this, and I thought it would be added, and it wasn't. So I guess that was one thing that I was hoping that we could do. The other thing is, I think that this policy has not gone through, I guess, proper channels in terms of really getting administration feedback, because what was first proposed in our first read was backed by the administration, and then there was a drastic change in the policy. And administration said there were concerns, and the idea is that it can be addressed in regulation, but there are no regulations in place for that. In terms of removing many of the hardships, what are the regulations that we will have for implementation? And I think this is one of the issues that ALVS had with this particular policy also, was that it mentions not having an impact on the integration initiative, but then that's not defined at all. So I think in terms of this policy, I think we should really just make sure that it is implemented well. And right now, we don't really have implementation. We have a case-by-case basis, which is based on the old policy. And now we're changing it drastically, but we don't have any idea what the implementation of that will be.
So, I gave the policy to council, and, just asking, if this is in line with our, well, first of all, with the II policy. And his response was, the policy indicates that it is the superintendent's decision through this language. It's the superintendent's decision through this language. The factors the superintendent or designee shall consider in whether to grant the transfer request are as follows. While the consideration in the SOMSD proposed policy are more specific than the broader language used by other districts, I would presume that this is intentional on the part of the board to guide the superintendent to have a narrower basis for transfer request than the wide latitude given by justified by circumstances and/or is in the best interest of the pupil. Given the district's intent to intentionally integrate and be cautious with regard to transfers that could undermine the III, the language of this policy is consistent with an intent to make the integrity of the III a consideration that could overcome the individual circumstances of a transfer request. So, I also share your concern, but, according to Patrick, our language is actually more restrictive than other districts because we want to maintain the integrity of the III. And I do think too, I know we didn't get the exact language that you wanted, like every effort will be made to continue a pupil in the same elementary school. But I do think that, we made sure to take out the peer, to the peer group placement. Like that's not a hardship, just to stay with your friends. So. So that was his language, but so we didn't take his exact language. It was, yeah. So.
I guess that's what I thought you were.
Yeah.
I guess.
No.
Just to follow up, in our previous policy, I think 5120, we did have language in there, and there are some recommendations for changes which we had adopted in it's the current language that we're using. We had the same thing here where there was some language that was introduced, and then there was a recommendation. I thought that would be added to the policy, and it wasn't. That's my concern. I thought that language would be added.
Yeah. And I honestly do believe that, although it's not that exact language, I do believe the spirit of that is in there. And I do just a history lesson, and I'm not educating you, but the public. This was a policy that we started in March. It's been kicked back and forth, and there is a little bit of, I don't know if the policy fatigue. I think that it's just been going back so much. I know it was with the Alvis group for months, and so I know it's not the exact language that Patrick recommended in that email, but I do believe that I do believe it's a good policy, and I do think that he remarks that it's actually more restrictive than other districts because we really are committed to the integrity of the III. So, I mean, you know, I think we should vote, approve this, and if another board thinks that they need to put that exact language in, they can do it, but I mean, that's how I feel. But I honestly do value your, you know, your point of view on this, but I think it's a good policy, to be honest, but.
I just wanted to add, well, one, our council already advised that the language that Kwawe was suggesting is already similar to what's in this policy, so I think that gives us coverage. Number two, we just unanimously passed the internal transfers policy 5120, which is linked to this. So we've already, 5120 talks about the integrity of SES, talks about the integrity of transfers, and I think to your point, your concern is that 5124, which is what we're talking about right now, might be in jeopardy. Is that what I'm following correctly? So what, can you reiterate then what your concern is?
We don't have any implementation designed for changes to 5124.
But 5124 says that that's the district's job.
Right, but
That's coming.
Well, we had an A&E policy that didn't have its full implementation, and then we kicked that out because we didn't have the full implementation. So I kind of don't understand. Do we just wait for what's coming, or do we need to have it already set up before? Because I guess I see them as similar or not, I guess.
I think that's a little different because this policy actually, we already have integration.
But we're
And
talking
this
about
policy-
implementation of actual student transfer. That's what I'm talking about.
But my point is that policy actually gives way more detail than the access and equity. It's not apples to apples, but I would say in 5120, it says it's the district's job to figure it out, and it will be examined and evaluated. And so if there are issues or challenges, there is space to adjust. And that is the difference, in my opinion.
Okay,
Sorry.
Board Member Eckert, and then I'll go.
Yeah, I just want to correct for the record. There 5124 are internal transfers unrelated to III. There is a process in place. Now, yes, we removed some of the hardship language that was in there, but there is an actual process in place because if you go on the district website, you can already, or I'm sorry, in Power School, I believe it is, you can already do that. So while it is possible that the number of requests received for transfers will increase, non-III transfers will increase, there is a process in place. So that's all I wanted to clarify just for the record.
And one of the things that Dr. Gilbert did share was that, you know, he's meeting with the integration team. They're having conversations regarding rubrics and how they'll facilitate the existing transfer process and then also the wait list. Like these are all things that they're currently in conversation with and that they are figuring out. So go ahead, Board Member Vadlamani.
So given that we have no idea how this is going to be implemented and what the impact on II will be, we don't know that. We're assuming it's all going to be beautiful and nice, which is fine. I'll follow. Let's continue on with that idea. Do I have commitment from people who will be on the next board that if that is not true, because what is the fear? Why are some people objecting to this? Because we believe that this disproportionately will negatively impact lower SES. I mean, it's a well-known fact that anyone who asks for transfers, whoever gets on board is normally the most informed person in the district. So if we have data, let's all for a moment hand wave and believe that we all do data-driven decisions. So if there is data that proves otherwise, I'm hoping that there is commitment to reverse this and add more guardrails in this policy to do that.
Board Member Eckert, Board Member Deval-Wilson.
I can't commit, I'm going to be on the board next year, so I can't necessarily commit to completely reversing it, but I am open to, of course, reviewing data, seeing what comes through, and of course, revisiting. I mean, I think that's what we should be doing for every policy. So I have been a big proponent of this But I recognize that we do have to maintain the integrity, and even though these internal transfers are outside of III, I still respect that, and I think it's something we can discuss. But I can't necessarily commit to saying I will completely reverse it. We have to see what the data says.
I just want to make sure that I am looking at the same policy. We're all looking at 5124, internal student transfers. It says a parent guardian may request a transfer utilizing the online transfer request forms, blah, blah. This transfer request is for elementary or middle school students who have not been placed via the district's intentional integration plan. I just want to make sure we're all looking at the same policy. This policy does not impact III. Thank you.
I also just wanted to add, so there's only been, there's 3 changes, right? And so let's just go through it. So hardship does not include, and the language that's been striked from the policy is childcare needs, transportation, and work hours. So if a policy is being reversed, basically what the changes you would make is that you would say that childcare needs, transportation, and work hours are not considered a hardship. We're also striking language around the transportation, the fact that a child could move mid-year and not get a bus is contrary to our transportation policy and also just is nonsensical. If they live 1.25 miles from their school and they're in pre-K through 5, they're entitled to transportation whether they move in the middle of the year or not. So that was just language that we shouldn't have had in this policy in the first place. And then the other change is, yeah, again, there's 3 changes. It's about what people define as a hardship. And what this board is saying is that we believe that families could experience a hardship when it comes to childcare needs. It could be a transportation hardship or a parent's work hours or guardian's work hours. And that's what we're debating here. So if people don't think that that's a hardship, then, that's, I don't know what to tell you. Board member, or Dr. Tellersford.
More than 2.
I believe that hardship is very important. And when a student needs a transfer, they really should get that transfer if they really do have a hardship. We have a very limited number of spots, I think, available in our schools for transfer. So that's why the whole idea of just changing 3 words or just changing 3 words, but it can have a very large impact on the ability of students that may really be experiencing hardship, that you may have other students that are inconvenienced. And right now we don't know what type of implementation we will have to ensure that those students are protected and that they can have those transfers. Right now, all we know is we're just changing the language, but we have no idea what the implementation will be and have hopes that the regulation will be there to ensure that students that need these transfers can get those transfers.
Right. Board member Malaspina.
The irony is not lost on me that all of a sudden we are talking about implementation, a policy, being concerned about implementation of a policy when previously we didn't seem to do that. Hardships are important. I mean, how can you not say that a childcare need, a transportation to and from school or work hours aren't something that is a hardship to a lot of people, especially in the elementary school age? You guys want to make that decision, that's on you. But I'm going to go with the fact that I believe that these are things that should be considered when doing hardships. And yeah, we're probably, because we don't have many spots open, not many people are going to get a spot if anyone's going to be able to get a spot, because we don't have very many spots. But for the spots that are there, I believe that we need to take these into consideration. That's it, and then we're done.
All right, we'll go to roll, please.
I'm sorry, I don't understand when we are done. I mean, why are you deciding for me whether we are done or not? I mean, you can say you are done.
Okay. Yes, say you're done.
Seriously.
Come on, it's our last
Yeah.
board meeting together,
More the
guys.
reason she should know. I mean, she's been doing this for 3 years.
Okay, we'll go to roll now. Thank you.
Board Member Deval Wilson.
Yes.
Board Member Eckert.
Yes.
Board Member Malaspina.
Yes.
Board President Whitletter.
Yes.
Board Member Gifford.
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield.
No.
Board Member Wright.
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani.
No.
Board Member Telesford.
No.
Motion passes. Next up is, for your consideration, is going to be the hand carry 4553Q. Four, 553Q. Can I get a second?
So I'll just read into record before opening up for conversation. Resolution 4553Q is to approve New Jersey School Boards Association, NJSBA, as the superintendent search firm. Be it resolved that the Board of Education awards a contract to the New Jersey School Boards Association of Trenton, New Jersey, to be used in the superintendent search and to assist with the strategic plan for the contract amount of $15,000. And so with that, I'll open it up for discussion. Thank you, Board Member Vadlamani.
I mean, clearly the superintendent search is probably going to be the most important job of the next board. And we need to do everything we can to support the next board in coming to a successful completion as soon as possible. By choosing this resolution and picking one particular search firm over anybody else, you are limiting the next board from making the choice. They will be sitting down in this very room in about 2 weeks. And like with many other decisions, I do not want this to be pre-committing them and forcing them to pick somebody else. I personally believe that HYA is a far superior solution to NJSBA. They are professionals. They may charge a little bit more, that's fine. But they have a national presence and they have put in 5 times more superintendents than NJSBA. It's just in the numbers. It's not complicated. The third option that we got is a very weak one. That's fine. So in my opinion, we need to be picking HYA if we pick at all. So since clearly that, it's not on the resolution, it means that is not a choice. So I would say that there are 2 options here. Either A, we just don't do the resolution, or B, if you want to do the resolution, add HYA in here and give as many choices to the next board as possible. So that way you're doing the responsible thing by working with the next board. Don't forget, this is the last decision this board will be making. You do not want to look as if you are stymieing the next board from doing their job, which is exactly what you're doing. So what I recommend, I mean, since you want to put in a resolution, and I think we should do a resolution, but put in both of them. Put in HYA and NJSBA and let the next board pick one of them. They may as well pick NJSBA. Who knows? I don't know. I mean, I know people are shaking their heads. That basically shows that you don't believe they will pick that, and therefore you're forcing their hand right now. And that is a problem.
I know that's something we've talked a lot about broadly, but in particular this year, as we've talked about the CSA role, is around the potential challenge of recruiting somebody to a district that's had a lot of turnover and a lot of turmoil. And I think that we need
I'm disappointed that we are not going with the nationally recognized search firm that has a much, much wider pool of candidates, that has a much more robust recruiting machine behind it to be able to get the word out about our district, because I think we are going to need a lot more than we think we do to be able to attract high-quality candidates for consideration for this role, in particular over the last couple of years. And I'm concerned that we're making a choice, while certainly financially more attractive, that is extremely, extremely limiting in terms of the pool of candidates that we're going to receive for this position. Okay.
I appreciate your feedback, and Courtney, I appreciate yours. You know, one thing I want to say is you weren't at our board retreat at the end of November, where we discussed this with our upcoming new members, and we discussed a few things. One was time, wanting to give this district as much time as possible to find a good replacement. And we had all agreed at that retreat that finding someone, making this decision in December was in the best interest of the district and of our search goals, leveraging the time that we have between the holidays, the downtime, where people will be looking for new opportunities in the new year. We wanted to capture that downtime. So we were very thoughtful in our conversation, and I appreciated the feedback that we did get from the 3 new members who were invited to that retreat. We also talked about the strategic plan and how we've wanted to do a 5-year strategic plan for a while. We had spoken about it this year a few times, and we were not able to implement it this year. It's very expensive to do that as well. NJSBA has a lot of experience doing it, and so we also see this as a value to the community to be able to have the support with a new superintendent coming on that doesn't have all of the background of that we board members have. And so that's an added value to the community as well. Also, I've done my due diligence and done research and found out that having more than one consulting firm or search firm is in bad form. It's not something that you normally do. I know we had also discussed maybe we hire 2 and not just 1, but that's not customary as well, and that can create problems. Our board attorney actually advised that NJSBA was a great choice because they do have so much experience, because they do talk to superintendents every day. They have their own dashboard on their site of superintendents that go on it daily, if not whatever, just regularly looking for opportunities. And he advised us that he knows that many districts across the state prefer to use NJSBA versus other outside consultants. So I think we had a really comprehensive and collaborative discussion, and we came away from that meeting with a timeline that we all agreed with. And I know that we can have different opinions and can change minds after the fact, but because of all those things, and I'm sure other board members can contribute additional thoughts or additional facts from that conversation, but after comparing all the different proposals that we got, I also saw the added value that NJSBA was bringing versus some of the other proposals that were more money with less. And also, I want to say from a national level, NJSBA does have that capability we talked about, advertisements, advertising in national publications. So I don't want the community to walk away if we end up voting for this and it ends up being that we are moving forward with NJSBA. I don't want the community to walk away thinking that we're getting less for less money. Actually, it's quite the opposite. And I'm excited for, if we do get to pass this, I'm excited to work with NJSBA and the strategic plan, which I think is really important for this district to move forward. Thanks.
Dr. Telesford.
I guess in my discussions with previous former board members and also former board presidents, they did stress the importance of the superintendent search, saying it's one of the most important things that our board will have. We're going to have a long list of things that we'd like to do next year, and we won't be able to do them because we'll be doing the superintendent search. And the other thing they stressed was that this should be the work of the new board. The new board should be selecting the search firm, and they should be driving the process. So I just want to leave you with that we should not be making the decision now, and it would be best if we allow the new board to be seated and then make the decision.
And one thing I just did want to add regarding the new board members, we tried to involve them in this process to the extent that we could. I did ask Mr. Carrig, upon receipt of the proposals, if they could be sent to our new board colleagues. And unfortunately, because they are confidential documents, that was not able to happen. And I do think that, when we look at the timeline, which was presented by NJSBA, I have it up on my computer screen, we have a very short window. And to get a head start on noticing the job posting, which we approved as a board in early December, but have not been able to do anything with, is really important. And all of the work of finding a superintendent is going to fall on the new board. This decision, we were all in a room and had a conversation about it. We are able to put it out over the next 30 days and also give an organization, whoever we decide, a leg up on trying to start organizing input sessions. They need to start collecting data. They need to start organizing focus groups, talking to stakeholders, so that as applications are coming in, we're able to vet the applicants against what the priorities are and what the surveys are telling us. There's just a lot of work and planning that gets into it, that goes into this. And I was on the board last year, and I can tell you, up until the last day, the board was working really hard. We were actually trying to approve the dating violence policy in the December meeting. We wanted to be able to have Board Member Bergen and Board Member Siders say that they were responsible for it because they worked so hard on it. We're all working together, we're passing a baton. Like, our work doesn't stop in November. And I think the sentiment from some board colleagues is that, after elections, like, we're not allowed to do anything and continue to do our work because new board members are elected. Like, we serve from January through the end of December. And this is really important, like you said. All the work of selecting a superintendent will happen by the new board. So I just want to make sure that people understand that we did our best to involve you guys where we could. And I actually think that that was really a helpful exercise in just bringing us closer together. And I think that, we have a lot of work ahead of us, but I don't think the work should stop from now until, January 4th or January 21st, because the reorg meeting, they can't even have access to documents until after they get sworn in. So the January 4th meeting is more ceremonial, and then we don't have another public board meeting until January 21st. Board Member Badlamani.
So I need to push back against this whole narrative that we all agreed to get NJSPA. That is absolutely not true. From day one, from the very moment it came in, we've consistently and forcefully said we need to get HYA. Because NJSBA representative walked in here and said, we do not approach superintendents who are currently working. The best superintendents right now are not sitting at home without a job. They're all working somewhere. The only way to recruit them is to go out to them. And NJSBA won't do that. I mean, that itself defeats the whole idea of having a recruiter. I mean, I might as well send out an email on Craigslist, So we need a search firm who will do a proper search as known in the industry. And that is only one person who's going to do that. That's HYA. So I want to push back against the idea that we had a consensus there. And number two, I mean, another red herring. If time was of essence, we could have easily passed this in November. We're at the end of December now, and we haven't passed it yet. So I don't understand. I mean, this could have easily been done in November, but we chose not to. For whatever reason, it was not on the agenda. So, I mean, pushing it back and saying that, oh my God, we're getting late, that's why we need to pick one, is again a red herring. And then finally, if you had to pick one, just pick HYA. It's done. It is the money differential is nothing compared to the larger losses we'll have in the school district. We'll be paying a lot of, the salary is going to be like $250K for the new superintendent. I mean, fussing about, $200, $250, whatever, $2,500 or $5,000 is not the point here. So that is why I'm suggesting, I'm actually giving you an option to, as a compromise. If you have to pick, just put both in the resolutions. That way we don't need to wait till end of January to do a resolution. Put both in, somebody will pick it. At some point after Jan 5th, we'll have plenty of opportunity to pick this. And we'll pick, the new board will pick one. It is not complicated. I'm not asking you to give up your choice. And at the end of it, the new board may actually pick your choice. I don't know. I mean, I have no control over the new board. So the right thing to do again is pick both. Yes, I agree the third choice is not a very good, strong choice. Pick both, put them in the resolution, we'll have it there. Jan 4th, everyone meets. we'll have a new board, and at some point, we'll have an exec session especially for this again. I mean, we have to meet multiple times. This is not a one and done deal. We'll be meeting multiple times over the next 3 months to decide this. So that's my recommendation.
Can we vote?
Yes.
I don't want to stay here
Dr.
all night
Telford, this
discussing
will be
a
the last
thing that everybody knows what they're going
comment.
to do.
I guess one point that was made is that it's legal, and that's often something we hear on this board is something that's legal. But just because something is legal doesn't mean it's a good practice, and I think it would be good practice to allow the new board to make the choice, rather than making the choice for the new board. And can you please stop talking under your breath? Let's just be polite to each other and just finish out this last meeting, listening to each other. We allow each other to speak, listen, and if you have a comment, then please speak into the mic. Thank you.
And, I mean, we've been talking a lot about the board needing to work together, the board needing to do things together, and, various other things about collaboration and all that. This is a perfect opportunity to show that. The last decision this board makes is to help the next board. There's nothing better than doing that. And it's choosing to actively go out and say, I don't care, it's my way, I'm going to do that. So just remember this when everyone talks about working together.
I just want to say one thing. We are helping the future board. Once we approve a contract, we can notice the job description and applications come in over the next 3+ weeks. So by the time the 30-day window comes, which is going to be mid-January, we already have a pool of candidates. Hopefully NJSBA is already organizing, as I said, input sessions and all the work that needs to get done. Because if you look at the timeline that was presented, the goal here is to have a decision made by hopefully April. Board Member Wingfield.
What's the date that NJSBA said they would be posting the job?
They said that once we approve a contract, because they won't post a job and start collecting applications until there's a resolution.
No, I understand. Did they give you a date? So obviously you had to have given that hypothetical of tonight being a potential resolution getting passed. So did they tell you that, obviously they're not going to post it Monday the 25th. Did they say they're going to post it on Tuesday the 26th?
I don't know.
So I guess my question is one of the rationales you presented to us for passing this tonight is that there would be an immediate turnaround of a job posting and resume collections. I'm not hearing like any clarity that you've been given assurance that this job will be posted by Tuesday of next week, so that the entirety of next week and then going into post-New Year's would be posting and resume collecting. Because for me, it would be my understanding that this will get passed tonight and this will not actually get posted until January 6th or later.
You don't think it can get posted tomorrow? We reached out. I've been working with Charlene. She knew that we were meeting.
So that's why I was
this
asking
evening.
you, were you given a date as to when this
I
would be
told her
posted?
we were meeting to vote on it this evening, and she knows that we want to post the notice immediately, and I will call her or send an email tonight and call her first thing tomorrow. I speak to her often, and I'm sure we can get it published tomorrow.
We already have it written up. Okay.
We have it written up, and it's ready to go.
So, since you obviously spent fantastic amount of time with NJSBA, did you spend equivalent time with HYA to evaluate them?
I talked to NJSBA because that's who we go to when we have questions about process, governance. I have a lot of conversations with them because we work with them for our retreats. Like, they're a resource, and I don't know why more board members don't use it.
I'd like to call for a vote.
So,
we're just asking
right.
questions,
No,
Elsa. It's just for
I
clarification.
understand, but it's like he's trying to insinuate that I have this special relationship with NJSBA.
I'm making a
And
motion.
I'm like, we all should have a relationship with NJSBA.
Listen,
That's
all
why
of-
we pay them.
Many of us work in large companies, and
I did too.
No, I did not say you didn't. I'm saying many of us worked in large companies, and you normally are suspicious of consultants who want to give you more work. That's very typically how it is. So if NJSBA is in my, in this horseshoe every other week, and they walk up and say, hey, I've got this cool contract for you, by me, you should naturally be suspicious and look around and shop around. And clearly you have, it sounds to me as if not enough time has been spent with HYA. So it's just that. I mean, this is not complicated.
I'd like to call for a vote.
Can we just go to vote, please? Thank you.
Please vote.
Board President Whitletter,
Yes.
Board Member Vadlamani,
No.
Board Member Gifford,
Yes.
Board Member Acker,
Yes.
Board Member Telesford,
No.
Board Member Wright,
Oh, yes.
Board
Yes.
Member Malaspina,
Yes.
Board Member Deval Wilson,
Yes.
Board Member Wingfield.
No.
Motion passes.
So now we have the second hearing of individuals and delegates. I don't think we've had any additional signups, and we definitely don't have any folks who have signed up online. No? Okay. All right, so that concludes our public speaks for the evening. So we'll now move on to new business. Just a reminder, new business is when board members can bring forth topics that are of significant urgency. Does anyone have new business for this evening? No, it's okay. Seeing none, I'll close new business. So with that, I'd like to make the following motion. The Board of Education will meet in public session and hold its annual reorganization meeting on Thursday, January 4th, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. right here in the district meeting room at 525 Academy Street. Action will be taken. May I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Ecker. All in favor? That appears to be unanimous. So I would now like to make a motion to adjourn this meeting on Thursday, December 21st at 10:56 p.m. May I have a second? Thank you, Board Member Wright. All in favor? Meeting is adjourned. Happy holidays to everyone and have a happy new year.